Hola, hola, probando. No, dilo de... Igual antes... Tarda un poco. Vale. ¿Ves cómo hacer los sentidos? Y ahora en esto se le abre.
puede crear simplemente una escena en la que sea la imagen de eso y ya se deja pulsado y se queda así. Total. Vale. 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 Vale, primero que ya está todo perfecto. Bueno, de momento ya está una persona con la cámara moviéndola todo.
Sería una persona siguiendo de una solo con lo de internet y otra solo con lo de sonido. Pero bueno, no nos están viendo muchas con sonido, ¿verdad?
No, y que no es ninguna locura en cuanto a que hay 100 personas aquí
Sí,
que...
todo el mundo viviendo aquí hasta los dos. Y tampoco nos estamos comunicando también normal, porque van a filmar también cosas raras con tensión.
Ya esa señora va a traerlo, pero yo no sé muy bien cómo lo va a poder hacer.
¿Cuándo
Pero,
viene esa señora? ¿Cómo te pasa?
pues creo que le toca la tercera o algo así hoy.
A ver si me puede hacer la pantalla. Yo estoy abajo, me va más rápido, yo sí puedo hacer aquí.
No, no, si no te preocupes, si yo se lo dije.
Mira,
Ella misma me lo dijo, si no se puede, no se puede.
yo que ponga, que te dé así que te dé bien el pendrive, lo pones ahí, te conectas aquí como si fuera un invitado más, porque de ahí sí puedes poner un pendrive, por ejemplo. Y le das tu mismo paso aquí y ya está. O bueno, lo pones desde tú mismo, claro.
No, lo que voy a hacerlo, si me piden lo de Google Teams, pues mira, lo voy a escanear aquí. Y le voy a decir de ponerlo por aquí porque aquí esto va a ser el de control. Aquí no se puede poner nada.
Y luego lo que haces es que compartes la pantalla este con este. Es decir, entras desde ahí, con el Meet, como si fuera un invitado más, aquí, compartiendo el escritorio, o compartiendo el Teams. Pero si eso así no se ve.
No, pero es que claro, ella tiene dos pantallas ya que va a compartir.
Imposible. Yo tengo un... A ver, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, 121,
estoy en, bueno, los que estoy yo de Erasmus Plus son de robótica y de inteligencia artificial, lo cual yo no soy experto, pero como soy como el representante de la empresa en esto, así que sí.
Yolanda, sé que es la que ha estado con
Yolanda es mi
nosotros cuando
mentora.
estábamos conectados con nosotros,
Sí, sí, Yolanda es mi mentora, entonces...
vale. ¿Tú llevas ahí poco tiempo?
Sí, yo estaba simplemente en educación
Ajá.
y ahora como que, bueno, que como yo he vivido en el Reino Unido y tal, me interesa mucho el tema de relaciones internacionales. Entonces estoy un poquito aprendiendo, pero sí.
La tenemos todo, y hicimos las pruebas. Hicimos la conexión allá y aquí, se oye.
Sí, sí,
O sea que yo ahora ya puedo desconectar.
tú no te preocupes.
Seguro.
Si pasara algo, lo intento solucionar yo y si
No,
no, te llamo a ti, no te
que
preocupes.
cuidado no toques botones,
No, no,
que no sabes lo que ocurre porque luego revertir puede ser tan
no,
complicado
eso no te preocupes que yo no voy a tocar nada que no...
Pero ahora mismo ya hemos hecho pruebas, está transmitiendo, está
Sí,
viendo, hemos hecho autobús, está bien. O sea que en principio te lo puedo hacer. Sí, sí, sí. Eso voy a ver qué hacer próximamente para hacer. Lo que no hay tiempo porque todavía no se lo hace exactamente.
Nada, nada.
Voy a hablar con Isabel.
¿Y
A ver si
Pitágoras sigue en pie en la reunión de Rumanía?
Sí, sí, mandaron un mensaje para seleccionar la fecha que nos viene mejor.
Vale, vale.
¿Hiciste la reunión presencial?
Claro que dije Rumanía, como estaban cerca
Ah,
de
sí, sí,
Ucrania y
sí.
tal, pero...
Ahora tenemos reunión en abril, después la final de abril. Entonces, ellos no habían movido eso, todo estaba bien y todo estaba estupendo.
¿Algún problema con los viajes y todo eso? ¿No?
A mí no me han cancelado nada, o sea...
Sí,
Yo
sí,
tengo
sí.
uno a Croacia a principios de abril.
¿Tienes que ir ahora a Croacia también? O sea, ya sabes cómo es un viaje.
Bueno, es el primero que voy a hacer. Sí, yo
Vale,
estoy de
vale.
aprendiz ahora mismo, pero
¿De qué era la empresa que dijeras tú?
la nuestra, o sea, bueno, la que estoy ahora mismo es un poco de todo. O sea, es consultoría Big
Asesoría.
Data, educación y
Ah,
proyectos europeos.
no.
Está como en 4 departamentos.
¿Cuántos sois ahora?
Creo que ahora mismo somos 67, una cosa así.
¿Y gestiones?
Claro, sí, sí. Pero claro, unos son de la consultoría, otros son de la parte de datos. Sí, sí. Que el año pasado creo que eran 18 o 20 personas.
Sí, fenomenal.
Sí.
Quiere decir que debes tener muchos proyectos, ¿sabes? Y debes tener mucho trabajo porque...
O sea, yo por ejemplo, yo estoy en el MUNA también, en el MUNA de Santa Cruz, estoy en la Casa de la Juventud
Ajá.
y estuve un tiempito en, bueno, en Infantalia, que es como colegio, preescolares y cosas así. Creo que hay muchas cositas, está muy bien.
Claro, porque llevando tú los planes escolares debes poder hacer muchas cosas más
Claro,
interesantes ahí.
sí, sí, la verdad, bueno, y animación a la lectura.
Sí, sí.
Esa es la parte de educación que es la que yo estoy más metido, animación a la
Que
lectura.
lleva el Cabildo alguna de ellas, ¿no?
Hay muchas que llevan con Cabildo y otras con propios ayuntamientos, por ejemplo en Santa Úrsula es el propio ayuntamiento el que ha
Esa es
hecho
la que está
como
llevando ahora mismo.
un proyecto con de las bibliotecas de allí para que los niños vayan a leer y
Claro, claro.
escuchen cuentos, o sea, está muy bien la verdad.
En la Aneja también tienen eso.
¿La Aneja es en Tegueste?
No, aquí en la laguna, el pueblo
Mm,
de la laguna.
no, hay uno en Tegueste, uno en Santa Úrsula
Vale.
y luego se está haciendo Roaldán, que eso ya es con Pialte,
Ah, vale.
que animación a la lectura, pero con las historias de Roaldán. Está muy interesante, la verdad. Y más cosas que se están haciendo que yo, obviamente,
Sí, sí, que te estás poniendo al día, ¿no?
me estoy poniendo al día, exacto.
Pero bueno, fíjate, no vale la pena. Te viene muy bien cargarte con todo eso.
Sí, sí. Pero está seguro que hace, tiene que, yo tengo ayudar, no, ¿verdad?
No, no,
Verdaderamente.
Que me llame y ya yo le digo.
va.
Verdaderamente está muy bien. Y no sé, esa parte de los proyectos internacionales, ¿cómo te viene? ¿Qué tal te parece?
A mí me parece increíble poder colaborar y sobre todo, bueno, yo obviamente de matemáticas,
¿Qué
yo
estudiaste?
estudié, o sea, estudié deporte,
Ah, vale.
pero obviamente la experiencia la cogí en el Reino Unido porque acabé formando personal y como que cogí un inglés muy bueno, por eso me gusta el tema de las relaciones internacionales. Pero yo estaba, la verdad que está interesante,
Sí,
aunque
sí,
no
sí.
me enteré de muchas cosas.
Sí, sí, hay cositas. Ha habido algunos proyectos que han salido sorprendentes que van a ser muy interesantes.
Sí, ha habido
La,
alguna que se han...
la ponencia esta de la primera convergencia entre individuos y organizaciones.
Sí, esa y la última de todas.
La última también está interesante por el proyecto que hay ahora, que es el proyecto de la convergencia de la
Turquía en junio, si no me equivoco. Pero sobre cloud computing y inteligencia artificial. Y sí, porque vamos a hacer el experimento. Eso me imagino que Yolanda incluso preguntará, porque seguramente antes de en mayo, una cosita así, necesitamos hacer un experimento con los módulos que hemos, bueno, que han desarrollado, para ver qué tal van. Sí, sí, me imagino que Yolanda es la que conoce a las personas, y lo que necesitamos creo que es que profesores lo prueben y que algún alumno lo pruebe. Así que a ver qué tal.
Y al final ahora mismo el profesor está en la universidad y desde el punto de vista académico vale para ti, así, además así independiente, no sigue siendo y le gusta. El primer trabajo lo hacéis vosotros, ¿no? Con el módulo del máster, ¿no?
Ujú. La verdad es que está.
Y está bien.
Claro, claro, sí.
Se veía que el formato ese está bastante bien.
Sí, al final uniendo varias visiones de sitios distintos se puede mejorar un montón, porque al final
Vas cogiendo ideas.
cada país es un mundo.
Vas cogiendo ideas y la verdad es que lo que contó Iván de Macedonia del Norte y tal, está interesante. Es como prueba de acceso, no tiene matemáticas, o tiene matemáticas en inglés o en inglés, en otro idioma, y predicarlo.
O lo de que por el gobierno para que les votaran les aprobó durante la cuarentena, es que te das cuenta de que hay cosas que.
Claro, hay gobiernos que se han ido por su predicación y al final
Sí, porque al final es un país que
y que ha
que por
elegido,
las guerras y tal ha estado, a lo mejor estará 20 años un poquito de retraso en educación, a lo mejor, bueno, no sé si tanto, a lo mejor me acabo de
no,
pasar, pero
seguro. Seguro así, se hace iba a salir así, pero uno ya está vuelto raro, que ha ido a hacer eso. La verdad que no da demasiada pena a la cosa de Kurdistán,
claro, yo estaba, se
sí,
le
sí,
veía más,
exactamente, eso se ve
pero también se veía que eran, bueno, porque eso
los hackers,
lo estaba hablando con mi padre, bueno, o sea, tiene 65 años, pero es de los primeros informáticos de España, yo creo, o sea, que
sí, sí,
cuando no había carrera él estaba ya dando cursos de informática y estaba hablando con él de que, bueno, que había un montón de gente de Uzbekistán y me dijo, si es que me dijo que literalmente esos países, aunque no lo parezca, tienen los mejores matemáticos, tienen los mejores que de Estados Unidos, por ejemplo, se los rifa.
sí, sí, la verdad que sí, hay gente que sigue trabajando a nivel de científico.
Pero sí, sí, verdad que tuviste.
Pero no estuvimos, al final no pudimos, son, yo creo que el coordinador de área va a ser Pedro, ese ya es el coordinador
Y que ahora mismo está complicado. Por ejemplo, un partner que tenemos nosotros de cerca de Ankara, vez de foco, que es lo que estaba poniendo, lo dejo en mosaico con una persona que eso lo hice en el último. Porque creo que era, no era Lore, era la compañera que estaba emitiendo desde ella y se le veía por un ladito. Vale, vale. Lo que por ejemplo con Ketzer no lo hice porque no tenía puesta cámara, entonces dejé... Lo que puedo intentar hacer, claro, lo que hago yo es que pongo el pin en su pantalla mientras está haciendo la primera explicación y una vez sea su pantalla la que necesite, yo cambio el pin y se verá la usted en grande. Eh, sí, vale. A ver, unirlo. Vale, entonces, si quiten el... Sí, y micro yo le dejaré, le dejo ya por aquí este preparado. Probando, probando. Vale, si quieres que no suene, le quitas este botoncito y una vez vayas a... Entonces, para una idea, simplemente cuando comparta pantalla Manuel, claro, se vería así. Y una vez le toque a usted, yo lo cambio y simplemente se hace un cambio ahí y se queda. Vale. La tiene que compartir usted. Te sale como una cosita que pone presentar ahora. En la misma... Yo lo que voy a hacer ahora es ponerle el pin a esta pantalla. Ya se vería. Ay, Matías. Ah, vale. Es usted, ¿verdad? Y no, como vi una mano levantada, digo, alguien quería hablar. Sí, sí. Vale, pues... Genial. Se ve, ¿no? ¿Verdad? Es que con las otras presentaciones no fue... Se puede poner más grande, que sería esto. Si cambio en diseño y lo pongo en foco, se vería así. usted me hace una señal y hago los cambios.
sería este,
Sí, sí, es este, ¿verdad? ¿O es este de aquí?
este,
Este.
pero de WhatsApp.
Vale.
Entonces ya ahora estoy aquí, estoy viendo, y aquí
todo funcionando, ya está. Yo tuve
Y nada, y mira, y esto no hay forma de que podérselo dar a la gente.
yo creo que
No
sí.
hay USB, no hay salida para poderlo conectar.
O sea, si cada uno lo conecta en su ordenador, se podría, los que presentan aquí, ¿verdad? O sea, lo que es un Mac, yo
Ahora
qué sé.
vamos a poner a todo el mundo, no, ahí no tiene nada.
¿Qué tal? A qué hora empezaron y acabaron ayer?
Yo estaba aquí desde las 8 menos 20 y terminé a las 7 y 15, o casi.
Vaya,
Sí, se alargó un poquito, pero
Tampoco va a estar metido ya.
vale, no hay problema. Ok, perfecto.
qué bien.
Bueno.
We are going to start with a workshop with the second section that Professor Manuel Santos and Matias Camacho has prepared for us. So I will give them the floor, and we are going to start the second session. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so good morning. We are going to go ahead with the second session of the workshop. Just briefly, I am going to summarize some of the main ideas that we talked yesterday. I see new faces, so probably it's a good idea to give you some review of the main ideas. One of the main parts of the content of the yesterday session was to present a framework to organize the materials that we are developing for, in this case, is for high school students. And so in that framework, we identified these components that are shown in the slides. One main part is what we call digital wall, which basically is the space that students have for recording their work, monitoring their work. That's an important component. And the whole way of dealing with problems is based on some ideas of mathematical problem-solving approach. And also, another part is the resources that we have, in this case, several digital technologies. And the last component is the support part, which means that we are going to provide some support for students. And quickly, so. It was working okay. No. Yeah. There is a delay again. Yeah. Here are some more description about each element. like a problem-solving approach, which means that we are going to foster that students pose questions. And another important part is to look for different ways to solve problems. In terms of support, for example, the technical support that students are going to receive from the team who is organizing the instruction, and resources like online platforms, like Khan Academy, Wikipedia, communications, the one that we are using, and one particular tool that we use is the digital GeoGebra dynamic geometry system. Also, here, as you see, a way of connecting these components, there are some questions that are used to guide students when they work on mathematical tasks. And after that, we show an example. And the example involves, this example that is here is a square, and there is one point E on one side, and the idea is to find a position for point E in such a way that the inside polygon becomes an octagon, regular octagon, which means that all the sides are the same. And the idea was to construct a dynamic model of that problem. And some of the key ideas in approaching this problem are in this part: special cases, drawing a perpendicular bisector, and focusing on the ratio of two sides. And I'm going to show you quickly the construction that we This was the construction. Just quickly.
Can I interrupt you with a question? What is the concept here?
No, it's okay. I was telling to put the full screen to see better.
I just wanted to suggest that because talks are very long, can we have right to interrupt while presentation and ask for clarification? Should we?
Sure, no problem. You can ask me anytime you want.
Presented that yesterday, also had that puzzle in my mind, and now I really want to ask, why did you opt for that skewed position of the square and not just put it in coordinates?
That's a good question, because normally when you deal with paper and pencil, students, they think that squares and figures in general, they go into a specific position. In this case, it doesn't matter. You can move. I mentioned that just like this. So if you want to go to the canonical position, you just move it like that. So the idea is it doesn't matter that it's a family of squares. They hold the same properties. So instead of fixing your mind and thinking of that specific, so you can change that position and ask for properties rather than just a specific position of that figure.
I mean, no, that is absolutely valid argument. I can't say anything against that, and that makes perfect sense. But what also makes a perfect sense is that when we are using our tools, we should be using them in the simplest possible way, and then rotating coordinate system so that it fits our object, and then we are having that in canonical.
Yeah.
Is also a valid way of thinking.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, but instead of, you know, if you ask students how to draw specific figures, normally they think of the canonical way. And in this case, it can be any position and start just thinking of properties of that figures rather than just associating the figure with that specific canonical case. So in this case, it's more like a,
I remember when I started to teach in primary school programs for teachers of primary school, Matthias and Israel commented me, if you draw the rectangular triangle in this way all the time,
yeah.
the students, the pupils, don't understand that in the others
Exactly.
is the same. The most common for a student is to say that that is a robot.
Yeah.
So it's very common to move the chair, move the chair a little to the student to say, a square? Are you sure?
Yeah.
That is one of the reasons. At the same time that we draw the triangle. Yes, when you change, that's not a rectangle. Well, and they say that is more a rectangle than something like that. Okay, that used to happen with this.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, but I still remember my high school analytic geometry classes when I always started from here and then had all the troubles with all those sinuses, cosinuses, whatever. And then the teacher said, but Olga, first step is to rotate coordinate system. And I was like, oh my lord, this is such a simplification.
Yeah.
So it's egg or hen and then we change or.
Yeah. So do you have a question? You know? I thought. Okay. So anyways, so we can, as I say, we can move it, you know, just change the size or change the positions or whatever. So the issue here is that you are thinking of the representation in terms of properties. So that's the key part. Which properties this figure has. So that's the interesting part. So, and then we draw that. That's the way to draw the figure. And this is the polygonal. And then, so we can move that, the point. So remember that the idea is to find a position in which that octagon becomes regular. That's the problem. And I mentioned that one particular case was to think of particular case by selecting, for example, this eye and asking for this. Hold it. Okay. Just like this. Here. So one approach to solve this task was to think of a particular case in which we take one side of the inside this part, just this, and then we draw the regular octagon. So this can be done easily with the tool. So we just select one side and ask to construct an octagon, and the tool do that construction without any problem. And then when we move, something is happening, and in this case, for example, the idea is to think of a function that associates the distance between this point and P and the area associated to each polygon. Just let me. And on this side, we see the graph of that area of those polygons, the inside, which is the kind of red one, and the outside, which is the purple one. And so this is the intersection point, and so there is going to be the solution. The solution there. That's one part. If we keep another way of thinking of this problem is to pay attention to the segment that is between this point. Just look at the pointer, is here, this point, and that point, that one, F. And so we are looking for a point that is has the same distance from here to there, either to the other point. Chris, do you have a pointer? And that idea, it gives to the use of a perpendicular bisector. That's another idea behind solving this problem. And so we draw the perpendicular bisector is this red line, and then we look for the purple graph represents the locus of the intersection point of the perpendicular bisector, which is that point, and one of the sides of the inscribed polygon. So the intersection of that locus is the solution of the problem. Thank you. that one. That's the problem solution. And oh, shit. And another solution is also looking at the ratio of that green line is the graph of dividing this segment from here to here and this segment. And this is the hyperbola. And so this ratio, when this ratio of this side and this side becomes 1, that's the solution of the problem. So that was the idea. The idea is to ask students to look for different ways to approach the task. And the important part in this approach is that the concepts that they use are different. So the idea is that students can think of different concepts to solve the same problem. And an explicit discussion of these approaches somehow intends that students not just understand what the concepts are using, but also the application of these concepts to solve one particular or specific task. Going back to the presentation, here is the, so we have the square task over there, digital world, and then we have the main issues that were involved in that way of solving the problem. So specifically, how we register all this work that was done by solving the task, you know, the type of questions, the resources that were used to work on that task. For example, in solving the problem, here I just mentioned the dynamic approach, but also the algebraic approach is also important. No? For example, the focusing on the variation of two sides, special cases, and in this part here are the resources that students can consult about this problem. No? For example, using the Wikipedia to look for properties of this figure. Also looking for short videos regarding the properties of the octagon and the type of questions that they posed when they were dealing with the problem, and how teachers provide short videos of lectures about the problem. And so this is in general some of the main ideas that were discussed in that particular task. So this is kind of a summary of the ideas that we were presenting yesterday regarding this task. Now, what we are going to do is to go into the next Okay, this is another problem, but I guess I go to the. Today we are going to change the topic, and we are going to work on a task that involves the conic sections. These conic sections, are part of the context of analytic geometry course. So what I wanted, or what we wanted to show here is that by using this type of tools, the dynamic models, we are going to show that there are different ways to approach the study of the conic sections. Normally, when in a regular course of analytic geometry, the idea is to find the equation based on the properties. No? For example, finding the locus of points that whose distance from one fixed point to a line is the same, is a parabola. And the idea is to find the equation associated to that conic sections. In this case, we are going to work on a dynamic model, and so what we want to show is that this dynamic model show a different approach to study the conic sections. So we are going to show another construction, dynamic. So you go. Let's go. Okay. In this case, in this task, the idea is to solve a particular case. In this case, is that line is a line that is any line on the plane. Keep in mind that the case that we are kind of analyzing is the parabola case. So this is going to be the fixed line, which basically is the directrix of the parabola. So that's the directrix, and that is a fixed point on the plane. And in analytic geometry, for example, when we talk about the parabola, the idea is to find the locus of points whose distance from the line is the same to the fixed point. That's the parabola, okay? So we are going to deal with that. Okay. So next, draw the perpendicular line. No. The line to the No. The perpendicular line de D a la línea. Okay. Okay, that's the perpendicular line. We are talking, and then just check the intersection point. Creo que no está en este. Yeah. And then choose any point on that G line, that exactly. No. There. And also check the intersection point. And now choose the segment is FEF. EF. And so the length of that segment is 1.92. It's over there. Okay. Now go to the slider. So over there. And choose a slider between 0 and 2 or 1.5. Okay. And point 1 or whatever. Okay. 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 So now multiply h. Yeah, but the radio, okay. Uh-huh. H1, I think, times H. We can explain later. It's just doing the construction. It's H1. Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay. Move. No. Move. Yeah. There. Draw a perpendicular line from E to the line. That one. That line. That's right. Check the intersection point. Look, just pay attention to this, please. This point, the ratio between here and here is this one. Okay, draw the locus of that point. Yeah. Okay. Change the color. Choose the color. Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. The question here is what conic section is this one? That's the question. And if we move that is the ratio between this. So, for example, leave it in 1. In 1. There is a parabola. So, which means that the ratio between this point and the center of the circle, and the distance from here to here. You may draw the perpendicular here. And check this segment. Ajá, medir eso. Tú tienes que poner el punto. You have to put the point. There. Yeah. Look, all these points, if you move this one on the line, this one. No, this one. Este punto que está ahí. That. Look, it's a parabola in this case, because this distance to that one is the same. So that's the definition of parabola. But what happens if we change the constant? If we change, for example, let's move it to either more than one. And it becomes an ellipse. Excuse me, an hyperbola. It's a hyperbola, excuse me. Here it is. And if that is less than 1, the h less than 1 is an ellipse. So the idea in this type of construction is that the whole course of analytic geometry is in that figure, in that representation. And this is because the dynamic type of exploration that we can have. And so the inspiration of this figure becomes from solving the problem number 1 in one chapter of the analytic geometry is called finding loci of figures. And this is the first example. And by solving this example, we have the whole course of analytic geometry. So this is the issue that we want to emphasize, that the dynamic exploration gives you a different way to think of the figures, of the conic sections. And so the idea is now to complement the study of the conic sections by using the algebraic approach. So that's the key part. That's the key issue is finding that. The idea of this workshop was that you were able to reproduce this type of task by using you can use a tablet, or you can use even a cell phone the GeoGebra application. You can have it in your cell phone or your tablet, or in this case, the computer. But this is the interesting part that we wanted to share with you, how this dynamic model show you the whole contents that we study in analytic geometry. And So any question? Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, GeoGebra is very popular in Denmark, and it's also used at high schools. Yeah, actually, probably the question is that you pose it in terms of how students appropriate the tool. And the way we promote, the way we use it, is that we solve problems with the tool. So we pose the problems, and then if they ask questions about how to use a specific command, we go and show that command. So we don't
teach them the software, the system. So we teach them, or we show them how to solve problems. And the tools becomes important in that case. And often, it seems to me that teachers are part of the problem, because they think that the way the kids can use the software is kind of out of their teaching way of teaching. And so I think students are using this type of tools, as you say it. So probably what we now want to discuss with them, the power of these tools. And I think that's, in my opinion, that should be a tool for any students. It's like paper and pencil in the past. Now is the tool that we need to have. And for example, look, if you look at this circle that Matthias drew at the beginning, this circle is a heuristic in terms of moving that line. Move that line. Look, you know, the problem that I was referring to, it was that line, this line was the y-axis. So in this case, it's any line. So when you use the tool, somehow you are generalizing the problem, and without thinking of what you say at the beginning, rotated or translating the axis or whatever. Here is a tool that is implemented, and we do that analysis. So this is this circle that is here is just a heuristic to move that line. To move that line. And this is the interesting part of using that. So to conclude, we took one example, and by drawing the dynamic representation, we were able to identify all the conic sections that are studied in the whole analytic geometry course. And that's something to think about it. Yes?
I'd like to ask you something. Are you introducing this dynamic, as you mentioned, tools to your students before you introduce in theory or on the blackboard definitions, or you are showing to your students the definitions and then you're providing them these tools in order to play around and realize?
Yeah, depends on the type of content or concepts that you want to teach. In this case, for example, we start with this, and then we go to the algebraic model. So,
can you give me another example that you are following the opposite?
The opposite?
Yeah, to introduce first the algebraic definitions and then use these tools?
Yeah, actually, you know, another experience that we have, for example, is with in algebra, when we study word problems, often we started with the algebraic model, and then we go into this model, and the approaches are totally different. Tomorrow I'm going to show you something about that. So it depends on the yeah.
I'm not a mathematician, so I'd like to ask your opinion.
Yeah.
Like, if you would like to teach your students a pre-calculus course,
Yeah.
a very fundamental things,
Yeah.
what is the best approach?
This-
Rather than directly there?
This one.
Okay, thank you.
Tomorrow I'll deal with that.
Okay, thank you.
Tomorrow. Tomorrow is calculus.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
This is the meaning of construction of the knowledge, because appear, not because you say, okay, why the people prefers the kid prefer the
Yeah.
movie than you read the text, because the movie appears
Yeah, tomorrow we'll lead with something in calculus and also following this approach. Yeah. So,
Hidden agenda is that it will be difficult that they remember you are teaching, but for them, back to these tools is easier for them. They can stay a long time without using, but the moment that they open, yes, this generation are faster to
yeah.
recover and the hidden agenda is that when they appear another problem in the future, they say, think using this. Many students use the scientific calculator to divide by minus 1. And you say, why are you doing that? Because the calculator is sure that it's true. But the hidden agenda is, after finish my classroom, what this will be your first tool to try to think to solve one mathematical problem. This. Know your notes.
And another question that I have is like, how long does it take for your students to learn GeoGebra? If you are trying to provide them a course, how do you use this tool?
Yeah. You know, actually, a quick answer is you never learn to use completely GeoGebra. So you go little by little. And you identify, you know, the main commands to do the dynamic construction. And then you start asking questions. But you know, what he says is a very important thing. These are tools for thinking, for representing, for exploring, for posing questions. And that's a key part when we learn mathematics.
Can I just post a wish for tomorrow?
Sure.
If possible.
Of course.
No, installing GeoGebra, I mean, I had it installed on my computer before, but installing it, it's a matter of 3 minutes, literally. So everybody here can have GeoGebra on their laptops or tablets or cell phones, as you said. Can't you make tomorrow? I mean, I was trying to copy what you were doing, and I got lost sometimes
Sure.
in between. You know, I really wanted to make this circle in lines, and what I got was this.
Yeah. Yes, yes,
so
yes, yes, yes.
Can't you make tomorrow's
Sure,
presentation
sure.
as a real version?
Definitely,
that we
definitely.
can
That was the idea. But you know,
Yeah, please.
yes, yes, yes. Tomorrow we go step by step.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So another question.
More question? Okay, Professor.
Can you hear me? Espera, que está sonando.
Yes, I do.
Okay, it's fixed now.
So I don't need to be in YouTube anymore.
Thank you a lot. Thank you a lot for giving me a chance to announce the speakers. Today now the turn, speaking turn, the Mirella, sorry if I can't pronounce your name correctly, Mirella Vineron Bernhoff with Florin Sofanea from Karlstad University, Sweden. It's your turn.
Okay. So my name is Mirella Gnerian, and I represent Karlstad University. And together with me, we have Florin Sofonia from University of Sibiu, Romania. And together we have prepared a presentation about our new Erasmus project, which is called Pythagoras. Since Florin is a dean and has also administrative duties in parallel, I will be presenting this, and during the discussions he will try to join us one more time. So Florin, if you want to say something right now, please, and I will after that take the presentation. Okay. I will try to start the presentation. Well, I hope I managed to share. I cannot manage to share my screen. I don't know why. If someone from the committee hears me, I'm not sure if you can hear me. I don't hear anyone.
Hello, Mirela, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hello, hello.
Now, and
Okay. Now, yes.
I hope you can see my presentation. I realize that I cannot see myself. Maybe.
We can see your presentation.
Great, thank you. So, as I said, I'm going to present very shortly recently started Erasmus Plus partnership project for cooperation in higher education, which is called Pythagoras. And this is actually next step of iTEM project. As you will see, some of the partners in this new project are partners in the iTEM project, including Karlstad University, which I represent. And before I start the presentation, I want to say hi to everyone from iTEM. And I'm really sorry I cannot be there. I want to thank Rodrigo and Israel for this wonderful organization and making in these difficult times the conference possible. And this being said, I will try to tell you some things about this new project. We, of course, don't have any results. It's just, I will just try to tell you what we are planning to do. And as I said, this is an Erasmus Plus partnership project for cooperation in higher education, key action 2, that we applied to last year, and we got a positive answer. It was accepted, and we got funding. And the coordinate of this project is the University of Sibiu, and Florin here with us is the one who applied in the name of all of us and did a good job and made this possible. But we also are a big team in this project. And as I said, some of the university and places you will recognize from iTEM, for example, Karlstad University, but we have new partners like Slovenian Technical University from Bratislava. We have Universidad de la Laguna, where you are right now, and I envy you. I'm sorry I cannot be there. And we have Aalborg University from Denmark, Porto, the Polytechnical Institute from Porto, Portugal, and then again back to Tenerife, Ecosistemas Virtuales y Modulares from Santa Cruz, and finally, least but not also a very important partner is the Hellenic Mediterranean University from Greece. So these are the partners, and the project just started 1st of February and is for 3 years. We have defined aims, and our aims are quite closely actually to the aims iTEM had and still has. And the project will address the role of mathematics within STEM education and examine how it might be advanced through 3 approaches. And first approach, improving mathematics teaching and learning by helping teachers and students to enhance digital skills and by linking the subject to real-life problems and examples. Step 2, making mathematics teaching and learning in face-to-face, online, or blending form more interactive by using gamification. And step 3, support the fundamental knowledge with the introduction of an online and open access course in pre-calculus available to any stakeholder. These approaches contribute to the goal of making mathematics education compatible for blending teaching and learning by introducing automated and frequent assessment, online games, along teaching mathematics visualization, and what is maybe new micro credentials. And at the end, the project Pythagoras approaches we plan to be ready to be applied in any STEM module or degree. If we go further to the objectives, the objective of Pythagoras project is to contribute to the improvement of how mathematics courses are taught. Leveraging the digital tools whose importance and impact was demonstrated by COVID-19 imposed online teaching, as we all know, and develop policies that will make their learning more inclusive, efficient, enjoyable, and real. Pythagora is a proposition to the future of the higher education, from teaching within large lecture rooms to more personalized teaching and learning approach. And all project outcomes and activities will be tailored to address the prerequisites of the partner institutions for their new undergraduate students regarding their fundamental mathematics background. These prerequisites will be checked from all aspects, and there we consider mathematical content, of course, mathematical processes, a view about nature of mathematics, and last but not least, personal characteristics of students and teachers, personal and academic ones. Going further to results and outcomes, we describe three intellectual outputs. The first one, toolbooks for teacher on education for sustainable development. The second one, learning scenarios and guide for gamifying online and hybrid mathematics education at university level. And the third one, an online and open access pre-calculus course, MOOC in English. As project activities, we have trained the trainers how to teach ICT tools and learning analytics for students at risk. We have summer school for trainers and teaching and learning mathematics summer school for students. And I'll go very quickly on this through these intellectual outputs. The first one, toolbooks for teachers on education for sustainable development. The leading organization is the University of La Laguna. And of course, all other partners institutions will support the leading organization during the realization of the intellectual output. The content of this intellectual output is providing teaching staff with pedagogical tools adapted to the reality of teaching, not only to address the crisis generated by COVID-19, but also to now irremediable need to maintain the use of ICT in teaching. You could see the presentation, a wonderful presentation before me today, a fundamental element of 21st century competencies that are desirable in our future graduates. And secondly, it addressed the demand of UNESCO, which urges the educational community to ensure education for sustainable development in which all students acquire the knowledge and skills necessary to promote sustainable development and adoption of sustainable lifestyles, human rights, gender equality, the promotion of culture of peace and non-violence. This is maybe very strong to say these words right now when we have here in Europe a war, as you know, global citizenship and the appreciation of cultural diversity and the contribution of culture to a sustainable development. The structure of this first part is a constructing toolbox for implementing key teaching learning strategies for environmental citizenship and sustainability education. And it will be divided in three parts. The first tool, education for sustainable development. The second tool, ICT and ESD technology tools. And the third tool, Mini PBL for ESD. Of course, we can go in more details about this. There is a second part of the structure for this intellectual output, and these are concerning first workshop focusing on the toolbox on RIC students, and secondly, creation of the pre-university online and open course. For the risk students, we call students at risk those students enrolled in STEM studies taking mathematics subject and who, for various reasons and due to different factors, have difficulty passing these subjects, and consequently, the risk for abandonment and failure, not only in the matter, but in the studies it develops. And the second one, the arrival of the first-year students to the university system is generally traumatic. We all know about the transition, secondary, tertiary problems and the gaps the students face. Skills and ability to adapt to change become the key to immediate success, and first months are critical. So we try to improve these problems and these gaps. And finally here in the first intellectual outputs, it will be a pilot testing and improvement of the task package based on the evaluation results. The second intellectual output, the learning scenarios and guide includes learning scenarios and guide for gamifying online and hybrid mathematics education at university level. The leading organization is Aalborg University in Denmark, and the university from Denmark will collaborate towards identifying the requirements for selecting successful initiative with all members, member institutions. Considering the content of the second intellectual output, gaming elements have been applied in education in order to increase students' motivation and engagement with the learning material. And also, gamification could help support students' motivation and engagement with mathematical activities. However, initiatives on gamifying mathematics and STEAM courses in higher education are still scarce. In this result, the consortium will investigate successful application of gamification in online mathematics with the aim to identify opportunities and challenges. The structure of this part has also 4 steps. State-of-art report on gamification tool for online and hybrid mathematics in higher education. And in this task, a study of existing condition in gamification domain will be conducted with focus on environments and tools utilized in mathematics education. The second one, learning scenarios for gamifying online and hybrid mathematics education. This task relates to the development of the digital course material itself. And then we are going to consider, analyze this, all these steps, analyze, design, develop, implement, evaluate a methodology which will be applied to develop this module. The third part, a teacher guide on applying gamification on online and hybrid mathematics education will be developed. And this activity consists in developing a practical, printable PDF guide targeted at teaching staff. And last here, evaluation and adaptation of the learning scenarios. Feedback from students and teachers will be collected with both during the summer schools, will be collected with both quantitative questionnaires and qualitative interviews observation methods in order to better adapt the learning scenarios to teachers' and students' needs. And the last part of our project, the Intellectual Output 3, it's an open, online and open access pre-calculus course MOOC in English. The leading organization is Karlstad University, Sweden. And from Karlstad, besides me, there are 2 more colleagues working with this, and they are going actually tomorrow, same time, presenting the background for this part from a previous project we had here in Karlstad, connected to developing tasks with automatic feedback. So more about these tomorrow from same time. As I said, the leading organization is Karlstad, but we are closely collaborating in this part with the University from Sibiu, which helps us in implementing the task we develop. And this implementation is going to be done in a free of charge program, which is called STACK. and which can be reached by Moodle platform. All the other partners are helping towards identifying the requirements for selecting successful initiative, even here, of course. So the content of this part, construction of an online package of tasks with automatic feedback for pre-calculus and calculus 1 courses. The focus of the task is on fundamental calculus, functions, differential calculus in one variable, and application of derivatives. And in the construction of the task, we use combination of dynamic mathematics software. You could see very nice presently today use of GeoGebra and the computer-aided assessment system, CAA. In our case, will be STACK. The focus is on the design of tasks with automatic feedback on high quality so as to students' engagement and conceptual understanding in mathematics. The tasks are implemented, as I say, in STACK, and some of them use visualization with the help of GeoGebra. Both Stack and GeoGebra are right now free of charge, and Stack is accessible via Moodle. As a structure, we are going to first train the trainers how to use the online test package by having one online webinar with both lectures and workshops. Then we are going to test the package. There are schools planned both in Tenerife and in Chania as face-to-face events, and students are going to work intensively with the task packages. And after that, of course, an evaluation of the task will be done through questionnaires and interviews on both teachers and students, and we are going to use the results to improve the test package based on the evaluations results. As target groups, we have both direct users and secondary users. Direct users at local, regional, and national level, high education institutes, academics and teachers, researchers, students, and graduates in each of the project universities, and other institutions selected through the project life. At EU level, academics, teachers, researchers, and students and graduates in other European countries. As secondary users, learning service providers, teachers, researchers, learners, and students from any level, and general public. On the basis of this target audience, identification project results will be disseminated according to the dissemination and communication strategy concerned on disseminating the results of the project to a wide range of existing or potential users and stakeholders. And finally, the impact we hope for. The expected impact of the project at the local and regional level will be increased availability of easy, accessible, high quality, free of charge tools and methods for all teachers and students, increase the number of teachers adopting innovative practices around digital education, greater sensitivity to education challenges, increase active commitment of local and regional communities in initiative in favor of new digital skills. And here, as we all know, maybe we are going to meet challenges. The expected impact of the project at the national and European level will be increase in the competencies of higher education institutes and their staff active in the field of mathematics, improvement of the level of information related with innovative practices in education such as gamification, assessment software, problem-based learning of, or education in sustainable development. Reinforced interaction between practice, research, and policy in the field of mathematics innovation, greater exchange of innovative practices in the field of education, greater transitional cooperation between organizations, and foster European cooperation across different countries of Europe. So, quite quickly, I hope not too much information. Thank you very much. This is our absolutely newest project, European project we have, and we wanted to tell you a little bit about, and of course we are happy to hear your questions if you are interested, and we are hoping to come back soon and present results, of course, from this project.
Thank you, Mirella. Wonderful speech. Does anyone have any questions? If no,
How long is that project? When did it start? When did you end? Yeah, I just wanted to ask, when did the project start? When will it end?
Yeah, so we have just started it 1st of February. We had some online meetings by now. We organized ourselves in teams already, but we will have our first face-to-face meeting in Sibiu in end of April. And we hope to be able to travel there, both because of the pandemic, but also because of the war. And we hope to really start working soon.
Anyone else? I myself have a question. and
Sure.
So the main goal of the project is the Pythagoras is a kind of gamification of the is a yes
Not really.
yeah
So
so part
it's
part
one part.
well, yeah, one part.
Gamification is one part.
So
Absolutely.
I'm interested in the gamification of the education process, and then what is the limits of the gamification? Is it in the in the class, in one class, or the whole education process of this course is game? For example, if anyone played, for example, Super Mario, and then I think, and then you will reach some level after, for example, studying, for example, linear algebra. You can reach some level, and then you can have some tools, etc. I was wondering about that.
Yeah. First of all, it's not me, the expert in this domain. We have our experts in Denmark, and they cannot maybe answer right now because they are not here. But what I can tell you is that the second intellectual output connected with the gamification will present different strategies. So it will not be a course our course that is the last part of the project. It's not that course that is gamified. The second part, it's giving several strategies and several examples how one could use gamification in teaching. And it could be one of the variants that the whole course is constructed by gamification. And other variants, which are, I think, more easy to adapt to our teaching, are punctual gamification, small parts in our teaching. It can be just a small part of one lecture. And for example, if I should connect to the presentation, because I really liked the presentation before, which was about the conics, you could gamify that part. You could change the same activity such that is gamified, and then you gain other advantages maybe. So the second part will give strategies, will give examples, and people are going to discuss, and the teachers that are going to listen to these parts and use these parts are going to have the chance to decide how good these parts are for them and how they can use. The last part of where CASTAD is responsible, where this course is going to come, it's about constructing tasks where you, during the process where you work with the task, you gain you receive automatic feedback. So not just wrong and it's good, it's not good. Maybe if you make some first bad step, which is not good, you will get a hint, think like that, or a question that will make the student think and rethink the first part. So and this is a way to make the online teaching more close to face-to-face teaching, where you go around the students and sit near one, and maybe you don't tell the student the whole solution, but you explain what do you think there? Do you think you can change this? So similarly, we want to do it online. So this is the last part of the project. The first part of the project, where the University La Laguna is responsible, there is more about giving inputs and more suggestions to teachers in their teaching process concerning using of ICT, but also some other tools.
Thank you. Thank you a lot, Mirala.
Thank you, and good luck with this beautiful conference.
Cheers. And thank you. And speaking.
The coffee break.
It's a bit coffee break.
Yeah.
But how much time?
Until 11, can we start at 11?
Yeah, we will.
Half an hour.
We will half an hour break, coffee break, and then we will continue.
uso de objetos normales. Si se coge una garrafa de 8 litros y así saben ellos hacer ejercicio sin material en su casa. Por ejemplo, no, no, pero que podemos fomentar eso, el intentar usar cosas que tienen en casa y eso, sin problema. Por ejemplo. Sí, sí. Sí, perfecto. Y si falta algo que se me ocurre de aquí a un mes, pues se puede, por eso, sin problema. Vale, vale. Vale, vale. Venga. Sí, sí. Un fallo técnico por la mañana, pero de resto, todo bien. Sí, sí. Venga. Hasta luego. Nada.
Hi, everybody. It's okay? I can start? Yeah? Yeah, of course, for you.
Now is the turn of the speeches given to Eilert Butman from the Holland Institute of Technology, Israel. Please.
Hi, everybody. I'm Ayelet. This is a joint work with my sister, Noah Lewistin. And it's about equivalence relation that is a part of the course Discrete Math that is learned in the first year, in the first semester in computer science for students in computer science. So to understand where we are catch the student, this course have a lot of subjects, a little subject that the student learned. They start with logics theory. After it, they learned about set theory. And then after it, they learned about relation. And we are need to know that since so far, they already know what is the definition of relation, and they know some characteristics of a relation, like what is a reflexive, symmetric, transitive, and etc. So let's see what they are. Now, this is the definition of a relation. That means that if we have a group, a set of items, so we can take a couple of items from the group, like here in R, that every couple from the above group is define the relation, define a relation. Here we have an example for a relation R that actually it's describe a game of children. Yeah. Okay. So what is when we will say that our relation is reflexive? Let's see example. We have this kind children, and we want to speak about the relation of love. So like we all know, everybody loves himself. But sometimes, like we see here, this is nice guy that loves this girl. Actually, unfortunately, she doesn't love him. Okay, so now we will speak what is a symmetric. Let's see an example. We have here so nice women and men, and we want to speak about the relation of just married. So if this guy married to this girl, actually it doesn't matter the order, that also this girl married this guy, and etc. So this is the meaning of symmetric. And the last one, transitive, if we have the generation, generation is a transitive relation, because it's obvious that if he is his father and her father, so he is their grandfather. So the duration is also a example of transitive relation. So now we understand what is the meaning of a relation, and what is the meaning when we say that the relation is reflexive, symmetric, and transitive. So we can speak about the new relation that we want to speak about, that is an equivalence relation. But before we will speak about it and we define it, let's do a little bit talk and discussion. And I would like to ask you, what is equality? When we say that something is equivalent for something else. So we have this picture, and I'm sure that you are running in your mind things about where is it's paint here, something that is equivalent or not. And actually it depends of the question you're running in your head. So let's give them a name. We have Alex, Bob, and Charles, and the answer we get depends on the question. For example, if the question will be, we have a couple that the number of the box they stand on is equal, we will say that in this picture we see an equal relation, yeah? Because Alex and Bob stand on one box, and also Bob and Charles stand in one box, and Alex and Charles stand in one box, so this is equivalent. Okay. And if we look at this situation, when we ask if we have a couple that have the ability to see the game, so also here we have equivalent case, because Alex and Bob can see, Bob and Charles can see, Alex and Charles can see. So we can see that it depends on the question we ask, because if we will ask only if they stand and on the same number of boxes, so in the left side, we have equivalent case. And on the other hand, in the left side, nobody is equivalent to other. And if we will ask the question of if they can see the play, the game, so in the left side, Alex and Bob can see the play, and like Alex and Charles cannot see, so Alex and Charles, for example, doesn't equal, okay? So first of all, we understand that equal is depend of what we are looking for. What is the question we ask ourselves? Okay, this is interesting. So, okay, this is summarized what we say already. So I think that I spoke, I speak enough. The Romans speak enough. So let's play. Do an activity. But now I not want a volunteer. I want that everybody will play together, okay? So let's see what the activity. What is the color of your eyes? I think that I can say that, oops. I can say that the color here is brown, like me. Blue, we have? Blue? Somebody with blue eyes? Nobody with blue eyes? Beautiful. You know, I look in your eyes and I see blue.
They're blue?
Yeah, blue. And I see your eyes and I see blue. I'm sure. Yeah? What? Yeah. And you know what? When I see your eyes, I see also blue.
Blue?
Blue, of course. Yeah. What? The shirts? Yeah, you have blue shirts, but we don't have brown shirts and we don't have green shirts.
But I can trousers.
Okay, okay. But you know what? The blue one would be the one with the blue shorts. Okay? Yeah, great. And green, we have green here? Green? Perfect, perfect, perfect. And brown we have also, yeah? Yeah, brown we have. Yeah, I'm sure that we have. So the activity we will do, it's like this. a person with woman with a brown eyes and a blue eyes, and they are not equal, okay? And then I come to on the chair. I hope it's okay. And I was above, and nothing will change in the room, yeah? You still stand in the same place, but I see these things different, yeah? I see a group of people that was with brown eyes, a group of people who was in with blue eyes, and a group of people that been in green eyes. So the reality is this didn't change. What was changed is only my point of view, yeah? It have two points of view. I can see it above, and I can see it closely. And we do it every day. You agree with me? Yeah? In everything. In everything.
I mean, in everything, in all the sciences, you know,
I think
the same approach.
not science, every day. I mean, every day. We look at things very close, and we can see that they are equal. And sometimes we look for above, like when we go to trip, we can be in the village, see things to say, woo, now I'm in a flower. I think to think about something that is, I see a tomato here, I see a tomato here, that's equal, and I keep walking, and it's change, and say, ooh, here I have see flowers, and here is tomato, so they're different. And when I walk in the flowers, I say, ooh, this is flowers, that's equal. And then we go in the trip, we drive on, we get on the hill, and we say, ooh, we have here the tomatoes field, we have here the flower fields. We do it every day. I mean, every day we don't go to a tree, but we can take a lot of example in life that when we thinking about something that is equal, sometimes we look it very closely, and sometimes we look above. You agree with me? You feel it? Yeah? So actually, in math, only thing that we do in math, we give it a name. And we call it, yeah? In mathematical definition, we will call the looking from above partition and the looking closely relation. And I think that in this point, the student doesn't scare from the word partition and relation, because he understands, yeah? Still now I speak like you was a student, yeah? When we act like as a student, act in the class. But I think that in this point we can understand that when we get now to the definition of the mathematics, what is partition and what is a relation, students already understand in their mind what I mean, okay? So now only thing that I need to do is to do the formal definition. So you can see this formal definition. I don't need to read it. And if you want to understand what it means, we have the group of people. Actually, we met some of them. You remember when we met in this conference? Somebody from this group of people? Moshe mentions the ability to generate people with computer in AI. So all these people doesn't exist. Okay? They all generate from computer. So we have the group of people, okay? These are our set U. And now, like we saw in the, when we play and I ask you, you have a brown eyes, it doesn't get changed. So you are equal for yourself. This is a reflexive attribute, yeah? So the same guy have the same color. And the second one, the symmetry, is what I ask you, yeah? If the first person, yeah, this girl have the same color like this woman, so we also have that it doesn't matter the order, okay? And the last one is the transitivity. It's if the first, if we have this situation, so it's obvious that the first one is the same like the last one. Okay? So if we have these three traits for the relation, it's obvious that the relation is an equivalence relation. This is when we are looking very close. Okay? Now, we can speak about partition. What we've done in the partition, what happened to you? Yeah?
How do you explain the symmetry relation?
It's with example, like here. That if the girl have the same color with like the woman, so the woman have the same color like the girl, yeah? Okay? So now when we speak about partition, and you already see the definition, we can understand, we feel it before, that we was done partition, because all the brown eyes was in this side, all the green one was in here, this area, and all the blue one was here. So we actually do a partition. We was disjoint group that stand alone, yeah? Okay, so now this picture is very clear, yeah, because we done it already. And now what the student need to do, and this is one of the most hard for students to do, is to prove the connection between relation to partition and for partition to relation. But now we are feel it, I think that it will be much easier. Okay? So let's do it. So if we have, sorry, Nissim, it was too quickly. So actually in this point, we will do another activity in the class. I don't worry. I will not do it now. I know it's too much, but I will explain what I do. I asked the class if I have a student that can volunteer. Of course, every time we have somebody that can volunteer. So this nice student volunteer. And I say, OK, all the students that have the same color of eyes, like this student, please stand with him. So the student joined him. OK, and then I say, for the class that remained in place, please, somebody can volunteer. So I have somebody that's volunteer. And I ask the student again, please, every student that have the same color of eyes, join her. So, okay, and etc. The next volunteer. And now it's very easy to understand who decide which is the group, how I decide the group. Because the group, the definition of the class is all, I take a one, in here, you can run it. We have a one representative, sorry, that is define this group, yeah? And again, in every one of the groups, okay? And because we act, we do a play, we understand also that it doesn't matter who was the volunteer, yeah? So we can do, we have the partition now, yeah? We have the relation that you have the same color like me. This defines which one is equivalent. From the equivalent, we get the partition. And now, it doesn't matter who will volunteer. Because every volunteer, from the group have a brown eyes. Okay? And now we can move to the other side, that we have the partition, and we want to know how we define the relation. So we have the partition, okay? We have the partition, and what we are doing is the people that in the same group, like in the brown group, what is the meaning to be in the brown group? That my eyes is brown. So every couple from the brown group are equal one each other. So we have all the couple of the brown group. And so we have also all the couple from the green group. And then we have all the couple of the blue group. And when we look at over all these couples, we get the equivalence relation. And we can see, okay, that it's reflexive. Because if I, from the same group for myself, I have the same color of my eyes. And it's also symmetric, because, do it again, please, okay? So because if this guy has the same color like this girl, it doesn't matter the order, they're in the same group. And if we look about another one, yeah, if we have that, it was too quick, and the transitivity relation is also clear, yeah? So, thank you.
Can I ask something?
Yeah.
Are you using this? I suspect that you can use. Do I need this? Sorry. Are you using this kind of examples within university students?
Yeah.
And how do they take it?
They love it.
They love it.
They love it. Yeah. I now teaching data structure, and we need this. I didn't remind in the beginning, but this course is very important because it's the thing that we are learned here. It's important for data structure, for algorithm, for complexity. And in data structure, I say that, okay, we are now defined equivalence relation, and all the students say, what? Oh, we don't understand nothing. And I say, you have 2 minutes to do a play, and they say, yes. And I do the same play that I done it here. And after a week, I met one of the mother of the student, and she said, you know, they are full semester, didn't understand what is equivalence, and in 2 minutes, they now understand.
So you are using these kind of definitions, and then you are moving towards.
Yeah, and after it, I do it formal. But I think that after you do the play, you see the example, you understand that it's something that you do in every life.
Yeah, exactly.
If we are come back to the to presentation, I enter there a more example that I show to the student. It depends, like you say, if it's a college or university.
And who is the producer of this kind of examples? Yourself? Excellent.
Yeah. Yeah, if I can say, I also sometimes use childish examples like this at university setup, and sometimes I even ask my students, are you insulted that I'm using this on you? All the time, no, we love it. Yeah. So that's it. I use the next example because for my students it's insanely difficult to understand the relation of order, so not equivalence, but the order.
Yeah.
And then I
this
use
is
that
the
example, next step, and then I said, you know guys, I know you. You know your moms, but it doesn't mean I know your moms. So, that's
nice.
You should write a book. And then
Thank you.
Any questions?
Yeah.
Very interesting to explaining transitivity by fathers and grandfathers. I like it.
Thank
but
you.
How you can explain the antisymmetry, that the ordering definition by this example?
You're right. Antisymmetry is really difficult.
Yeah. I see.
It's the only thing that I really think about it. I don't have very good example to give.
Good example, right?
It's something that
it's interesting for me to also.
I know you, you know your mom, it doesn't mean I know your mom.
No, I mean antisymmetry is if A related to B and B related to A must be equal to B. So.
For the definition of order is necessary.
Yeah.
Also, the example that you provided is very nice for fundamental physics course, because when you provided this, I was thinking how I'm going to introduce to the students about the discrete distribution of charges, let's say, and the continuous distribution of charges. And this is a whole solution methodology how to solve the problem, and your example was excellent.
Thank you very
like
much.
How you can see close the details. This is nanotechnology what it's doing. You're going in the world, inside the world, and you see the details, and you're going to the macro world, and the system behaves as a team instead of an individual thing. So it's very good. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Fantastic. Cheers.
Okay, so should I start? You want to say something? Okay. Should I start? Okay. Why? This is the work coin.
Yeah. Okay, now is the turn of the speech is given to Dora Cohen, from the Hadassah Academic College, Israel.
Yes.
Please.
Okay. So I'm going to talk about some things with the linear algebra. Linear algebra has a large body of real-life problems associated with it. I want to present two such problems. One is how matrix multiplication is connected to a directed graph. And the other one is image processing and linear combination. No, just a second. Go to the first. Yeah. Directed graph and matrix multiplication needed intensive background about how to build a directed graph. What is directed graph, how to build a matrix from directed graph and vice versa, which is not part of the curriculum of linear algebra, so this takes some time to teach. The other one is a very short one. We shortly, the other one, which is, I'm talking about the linear combination and image processing, the background are very short because we just show them how the colors are located in the memory of the computer and how to merge two colors and then merge two images. Okay, let's start it with a directed graph. We first introduces what is the directed graph. This is a very simple definition. Directed graph is finite set of verticals, P1 until Pn, and a set of pairs of verticals, Pi with Pj, with no repetition. Yeah, if we have Pi with Pj, then we know that we have a connection between the vertical Pi and the vertical of Pj. You can go to the next. A pair, as I said, a pair Pi, Pj represented directed edges. Yes, we have an edge from Pi to Pj. We have a, okay. For example, let's talk about a very simple graph. You can see P2. So the verticals of this graph is P1, 2, 3, and 4. And the pairs are P1, P2, because we have a connection, yes, between P1 and P2, P2 and P3, P3 and P2, P3 and P4. Is that okay? I mean, you can see the relation between the graph and... Now, we want to buy a matrix out of it, okay? Let's go forward. To build the matrix, we say that we first exhibit the function Mij. Mij is the matrix, which in the located Ij, we get a 1 if there is edges between Pi and Pj, and a 0 if there is no such error. Okay. So, for example, let's take a place of the first one. אתה רוצה רגע לחזור רגע לזה הקודם? כן. לא, לקודם. כן. We have from P1 to P2. Remember? Now go to the matrix. So here in P1, P2, yeah, P1, P2, we have a 1. Yeah, okay. Go back. Okay, we have from P2 to P3, go forward. So we have from P2 and P3 and P3 and P2, yeah, because we have an error between both. And of course we have from the last one P3 and P4, okay? Okay. Okay, now let's talk about a real life problem. Suppose we have a railway company present a service, yes? Public with the following network, okay? So you can get from Jerusalem to Haifa with one step. You can get to Haifa to Jerusalem in 2 steps. Yeah, you can get from Haifa to Tel Aviv and from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. You can go from Haifa to Netanya. You can go from Netanya to Be'er Sheva. This is our cities in Israel. So, okay. Of course, like in okay, go for okay. The matrix that suits to this diagram is the following one. Yes, so this is the following one. את רוצה רגע להעביר אחורה וקדימה קצת, כן? For example, from Jerusalem to Haifa, we have an arrow, yes? So go for from Jerusalem to Haifa, you see Jerusalem, Haifa, you have an arrow, right? Let's see for 2 examples. I don't know, from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, go forward. From Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, we have a, so okay, so this is the matrix that suits to this railroad. Okay, now let's think about, okay, now let's think about if we want to go from Haifa to Jerusalem, yes? From Haifa to Jerusalem, you have to go through Tel Aviv, right? And just a second. If you want to go from Haifa to Be'er Sheva, you have to go from Haifa to Netanya, right? And from Netanya to Be'er Sheva. Okay, or you can go from Haifa to Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. No, there is no other way. Okay, from Haifa to Be'er Sheva, so Haifa to Netanya, Netanya to Be'er Sheva. The question is, how can we get the suit matrix that how do we say, that will suit the problem that we want to go from one place to another place, but with one stop. Okay? How can we have it from the original matrix that we built before? Or can we reach the matrix, you know, to go from one step to another with one stop from the previous matrix? Okay? So what we're doing is like, okay, this is the question we ask them: which town can be connected by one stop? Okay, we want all the pairs that we can go from one place to another with one stop, not just one. Yeah, all of them. Sometimes we don't see it. I mean, it's a very complicated network, so we can't really see all of them. So how can we get all of them? For example, from Tel Aviv, is it possible to deduce it from the adjacency matrix that we built? I mean, can we do it? I mean, can we take the matrix that takes from one place to another and get a new matrix that gets from one to another, but by one stop? So the answer is yes. Okay, so this is the question that we ask. Let's see how we do it. Okay. Okay, this is the adjacency matrix getting from a place to place with a single stop. Okay, this is the one. The question is, how do we get it from the previous, yes? So what we do, we're doing the next. Okay, so here is the matrix, the first matrix, yes, that takes from one place to one place. This is the matrix that came from, this is the same, yeah? This one and this one the same. And this is the matrix that go from one place to another place, but one step. We ask the question, we ask the students, how can we deduce from these 2 matrices this one? Yeah, well, the answer is the multiplication. We encourage them to deduce the multiplication equation to answer this question. I mean, for example, you have a 1, right? What is this 1? It's to get from Haifa to Jerusalem. We get from Haifa to Jerusalem if we go from Haifa to Tel Aviv and from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. Yes, I think so. Just a second. טק, טק, טק. נו, רגע, טק, טק. שורה שנייה, עמודה שלישית, שורה 2, 3. This one, yeah. Okay, this one. We want to get from Jerusalem to Tel Aviv. So we get from Jerusalem to, Jerusalem to, איך זה הלך? Jerusalem. Okay. לא, תלך רגע חזרה. Okay. We want to get from, let's start, Haifa to Beersheba. Okay, let's take. Haifa to Beersheba. Okay, let's go back. We go it from Netanya. Haifa, Beersheba. Oh, let's go. Haifa to Beersheba, right? Haifa to Beersheba. This one has a 1. Yes, and we saw that we do it from Netanya, yeah? So from Haifa to Netanya, from Haifa to Netanya, we have 1. From Netanya to Beersheba, we have another 1. And if you multiply it, we get it, yes, from Haifa to Netanya, which was this one. What? No? It was Haifa. Okay, נכון? Okay? This one. Okay, Haifa to Netanya, okay? Okay, so we asked them, to try to do another, examples to feel the dynamic, that leads to the product equation of two matrices. Okay, this is for the first topic. רגע, יש עוד משהו שזה? רגע. Of course, we can... for the next, איך אומרים? כן, the next discussion. אתה רוצה לחזור רגע לחזרה למטריצה? We can ask them, another question is like, how do we get לציור? How do we get from one place to another by 2 steps? Okay, and how do we get from one another by 2 steps? Like, I don't know, from Haifa to כן, מחיפה to Tel Aviv, like 2 steps until, okay, until Tel Aviv to Netanya. Yeah, Tel Aviv to Netanya, so we get 1, 2, and 3. Yes, okay, and this is how do we get it? We multiply 3 times the same matrix. Okay, so this is the first topic. The next one is linear combination and image processing. Okay, and what is the linear combination? It's a topic that initially is very it's hard to the student to understand. I mean, the vector places and the combination of two vectors in the same vector spaces. So we gave them some thing to look at the image processing, which show them how can we see it in the real life. Okay, so just a second. Okay. Okay, לא, רגע, אז תלך רק אחורה, שנייה. An image can be viewed as a finite order of number with a certain geometric arrangement. We shall see an example in this next slide. רגע, איזה סלייד אתה עכשיו? רק תגיד לי. 3, okay. Okay. This is a black and white image, yes? As we approach a small section of the image, we can see a square of solid color. Yeah, you can see it, a square of solid color. Each square or pixel has a certain intensity of brightness. The intensity levels are given in corresponding numerical value, which allows the image to be stored in the computer's memory or camera. Lighter pixels have a large numerical value, while darker pixels have a lower numerical value. In this image, the value corresponding to a complete black pixel is 0, and the value corresponding to a complete white pixel is 155. Therefore, each pixel can be stored in 8 bits or bytes. Okay, now go. Okay, for the purpose of the discussion, we shall consider only a 16-pixel image. Let's assume that all the colors that we have is only 16 colors. The black one is, as you see, is a 0, and the white one is 15. Okay? In the image, you can see a 16 pixel, which contains the numbers of 0 to 15. Okay, let's see what can we do about it. Assume, just to go back, we give them the numbers, yes? Give them the number. Okay, go forward. Yeah. Okay. For the purpose of discussion, we will consider, since we assume that each pixel has an approximate number, it is possible to perform arithmetic operation on the pixels, yes? Now, if we want to take this one and multiply it by half, we get this one, yes? Of course, the dark, it doesn't change because it's a 0, 0 stays 0. The other, if we take it by multiplying by half, it's getting a little bit darker, yes? Because to multiply by half, it's to lessen the number, which is getting approach to the 0, and that's why it's getting darker. Okay, so we want to add two pictures, yes? So we take the number O, which belongs to the black, and we take it the one that, how do you say a four? Gray, and take the gray, and we'll take something in between. Okay, Makara? Oh, okay. So this is the illustration of how we sum two colors. Okay, you can take and look at the pictures. Everything is corresponding to the number its pixel, its color is. Yeah. I go forward. Okay. Now we can take two pictures. One is a cat, and the other is a forest, and we can play with it. We can add one picture to another. We can multiply one picture with some number, and to add it to another one, and let's see how does it go. Okay, so. This one is the image of a tree and a cat. Yeah, each pixel is taking the color number of the cat and the forest, and we get a new picture, which is the combination of these two. But we can play it. We can like do the other things, such as. Okay. Now we're taking half of the trees, yes, we multiply every pixel of the tree by half, and every pixel of the trees, of the cat by half, and combine them, and we get this part, this picture. This is darker because, as we said, multiplying by something that is less than 1 is make it a little bit darker. Yes, and etc. We can take 1.6 with tree, with 1.4 with cat, and get this kind of this kind of picture, etc. You can have this is 08 and this is 07. This is show the linear combination of two matrices. It's very interesting. They like it. It's make them understand much more what it means, the linear combination of vector places, spaces. That's it. That's it.
Very interesting speech. Thank you. Any questions?
You have a question? Okay.
Yes, I see the map, the directions from cities, right?
What?
Directions.
Yeah.
As a graph.
Yeah.
Okay. That usually the city maps of ways, usually two sides will be right, from one side and back, coming back to another side. Can you imagine that this by matrix of the graph? By like 1, 0, 1, 0. If there is
It's
the
a symmetric.
way.
It's a symmetric matrix. That's what
yeah,
you.
two sides way.
Yes.
For
yes,
two sides.
yes,
Usually the
yes.
real life problem.
But we not represent it because it is very hard to conclude the equation of multiplying a matrix by a symmetric. So that's why at the first we take it. But you know, you can ask them afterwards how would your equation will change if you make it, you know, as you said, by a symmetric. You can ask. I mean, once they built it, and understand it, you can ask, you know, a lot of this kind of question. How did it affect if you go from one to another,
relating to graph theory, right?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
It can be a more realistic example if you take one-way streets and two-way streets in the city center. Because sometimes you really can go only one direction and sometimes another direction.
Yes, thank you.
Daniel, would you like to ask a question? Oh, Frida, would you like to ask a question?
Yes, Dvora,
yes.
in which program, in which program did you do these images, linear combination of the cat and the trees?
Which what, Marcela?
In which program? How did you do technically linear combination?
Yeah, when I'm teaching the vector spaces, and then we go to the relation between the vector spaces, it's very difficult for the student to understand. So make it like this. It's make it easier on them to understand. Why do we need it, and how does it belongs to our world? When I'm teaching the
yes, but I have a technical question. How did you technically do this linear combination of images?
Which program did you do? How did you do that? Who's the מצגת?
באיזה תוכנה השתמשת? באיזה תוכנה השתמשת?
I had some mathematica. I don't know if I really understand.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else? Oh, that's all.
Could you speak about where you teach it? I mean, you have two examples. You have two examples. So do you teach them for example, the first thing you show takes more time than the second one. The second one is really easy.
Yes.
So do you tend to do all these two examples in every class you teach?
No, because there are some courses that have a very tough syllabus that you don't have time to get. To talk about what is a directed graph and how to, it takes a lesson at least. So not all the courses have this privilege of time to, but there are some that are more flexible, and so I do. They like it. The students like it. They can see it. They can. It makes it more interesting. I mean, linear algebra is a very abstract course, and it gives it the first year. Sometimes they are very frustrating. Exactly, especially when I'm talking about the vector spaces. So doing these things is like encourage them to be with me.
To which, I'm sorry, I have a question. To which specialties? I guess you teach this.
Computer science and
engineering.
Okay. This is what we ask. Yes, computer science and engineering. This is what I'm teaching.
Okay, thank you.
This is why. Okay.
Cheers. Thank you. So, I think turn of the speech is given to Israel.
So we have finished the morning session. So maybe it's a little bit early to go to have lunch here, but we can spend a little bit here if we need or whatever. And then I'm going to ask if we can go there. Well, maybe a quarter to one. I think it's the time we said. No? So.
Would it be possible to move the entire program one presentation up, so to continue now with one more presentation, then lunch, and just have more time in the evening?
It depends whether the person is here.
Who's the next?
Because the plan was to do it at 3. So.
Olga, maybe.
I'm next.
Yeah. Okay.
No, I want to speak after.
Okay, let's stick to timetable.
Okay, whatever. No, she's preparing for the presentation outside.
So maybe we are not going. So maybe we are going to not to jump anything and to move anything, but we are going to follow the schedule we have. Sorry, but I think it's better for us and for the people who is in the online. So now we have some minutes free, and then we can go to have lunch at the time we said. Okay. So this afternoon at 3, we follow with this session. Okay. Thank you.
Maybe if you would transfer it via.
It's a problem. For us, for the people which is in
So same as here, so I will have to be here.
But now I don't know which is it.
יישר כוח, לא, אני קרקפתי הכל. למה? אני אגיד לך הרבה יותר דוגמא שלי. מה? לא, זה עם הקונה. יש לי מלא שגיאות. לא, צריך לחשוב. אבל זה נראה לי מעבוד שזה היה מעניין. לא, זה מאוד יפה. כן, עושים יצא, אבל יש קצת ידידי. מה זה?
Angel, play. No, don't play. I don't, no. I don't know.
Okay, so just one direction, another direction. So basically, super, excellent. And now let me try to finalize my presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's time to begin our afternoon session. The next speaker is 16. Okay, the next speaker, Dmitry Goldstein and Aviv Gibali from Holland Institute of Technology. Please demonstrate your presentation and you can start. Are you hearing us? Okay. Okay.
presentation?
What are you supposed to see? You're supposed to see my screen, right?
רגע, הנה אני כבר מכניס אותך. הנה אני נכנסתי ואני יכול גם לעשות, הנה אני כבר מעלה לך את המצגת. כן, רגע אני אסגור פה.
You should begin.
Yeah, just 1 second.
Okay.
אולי אני אצא, ניסים? שלך הצלחת. טוב, נעשה. אתה תעביר, אני אעביר. שים את זה על מצגת, תבין, נו, רק קדימה ואחורה, זה לא משנה. נכון? טוב. Do you hear me? Okay. Yes, I guess so. So there seems to be some problems with my laptop. Anyway, we should start in time. Okay, so first of all, thank you very much. It's a great pleasure for me to be here. It's my first time in Tenerife. It's an excellent place. I managed to enjoy the sea this morning, so great place to have a conference. I would like to thank my colleague, Dimitri Goldstein, for providing this talk. Mainly, all the skeleton of the talk is his, and I provided a few videos. And the goal is to talk about some basic concepts of linear algebra, graphs, and matrices that we try to teach our students, which are mainly engineers, the concept and definitions without going too deep into the material, okay? Maybe by providing some videos, some examples, and that's how it is. Okay, so being patriotic, I would like to start something about Israel, but you can't sound, you don't sound, there is no sound? Two? למה זה לא... לאף אחד מהם לא יהיה? I guess if the talk will be too smooth, it will be boring, right? So we'll better have some difficulties.
It's okay. It's okay.
Is the 100th smallest country on the globe and has about one of the world's population. Smaller than New Jersey.
Okay, so I guess I fulfilled my role acting as an ambassador. Leave it like that, it's okay. But there are some more videos. Okay, okay, so you hear me properly. Okay, so let's get to business. So we want to talk about mathematics, okay, and how to teach in a different way basic concepts. So, no, you can't hear anything. So the idea is, at least what I do in my lectures, I try to incorporate as much as possible videos and simulations, even when we talk about basic concepts. Okay, and as you can see in here in this talk, I will provide a lot of videos. Unfortunately, none of them will be with sound, because I guess there is some difficulties transmitting into different devices. Okay, so the goal of the presentation is to talk about linear algebra and graph theory, and more precisely, spectral graph theory. We'll focus on basic concepts and applications that the thing, according to my understanding, and probably most of us, AI, machine learning, deep learning are the hot topics these days. And whenever you meet a freshman or a student, no matter what you talk about, as long as you'll mention these buzzwords, he will pay more attention to you, even if you talk about limit in calculus, if you talk about graph, matrices, as long as you will use these buzzwords. So let me show you several examples. So we're going to talk about number of spanning trees, graph connectivity, signal graph decomposition, all rely on basic concepts in linear algebra. So what exactly are graphs? So as you can see in here, graphs are used widely in many applications. Okay, and as you can see in here, I provided 3 examples. So either communication between computers, networks, social networks, and as you can see here, some activity in the brain with correlation to actions. Okay, so let's talk about simple graph. A simple graph consists of edges, as you can see in here, undirected and unweighted, meaning there is a path between two nodes, and undirected is this one, okay? So currently, we're just talking about a family of nodes connected between them. Okay, and the idea is to relate graphs to matrices. That's the main idea, and the operation that we'll do on the matrices will correspond to actions in graphs, and as I said before, graphs are used only to model real-life scenarios, and therefore, the consequence will be some application. Okay, so let's see some examples. Okay, again, so instead of you hearing the sound, this is a short video explaining the mathematical definition of this matrix. So let's assume we are talking about a social network, okay? And I want to know exactly, let's say we have 3 persons, and I want to know who knows whom, okay? So that's the idea. So first of all, we have this hidden assumption saying that if someone knows the other, this is mutual, meaning the other knows me, okay? That means that this is an undirected graph. Now, if we talk about the mathematical definition, so you see this is a matrix or a table such that its entries are either 1 or 0, depending if ij, yes, is in the graph. Now, so that's the idea. So as you saw, let me show it again. As you can see in here, we have a very, very simple graph representing exactly who knows whom. And that corresponds to a matrix with 0 and 1s, such that the rows and the columns, this is a square matrix, and either you have a 1 when this person, the row and the column intersect and they know each other in the graph, otherwise you set it to 0. So again, this is a simple and well-known concept. Let's move on to two other definitions. In this case, we either talk about degree or Laplacian matrices. So again, when we show that to students without giving any example, I think that might confuse them, as you can see. But on the other hand, whenever we show this video, we're talking about a few seconds of video, maybe that can be more clear to them. I can show it to you again. No? Okay. So this is sometimes called edge matrix. And in this case, I want to know, again, rows and columns represent the people themselves, or the nodes. And in this case, I'm talking about the degree. The degree means how many edges are going from that specific node to another one. And the difference between these two matrices give the Laplacian, okay, which has a very, very important role in graph theory. Okay, and another important matrix. In this case, we have either 1, 0, or -1. And as you can see in here, instead of talking about the nodes, let's assume this is the graph, okay? And we number the edges. So in this case, you see, for example, if there is a path from A to B, so we start with A and end with B, okay? This is the reason we put 1 and -1. That's the idea. So the classical mathematical definition and an example. This is a good video. So another basic concept or definition that we teach our students is eigenvectors and eigenvalues. So if you are a mathematician or engineer working in these fields, so you're probably familiar with this basic concept. The problem is that when you give this, let's say, not that intuitive definition, A of V is equal to lambda V, I'm not sure that everybody can capture exactly what it means. On the other hand, if you show this short video, and I'm talking about 20 seconds in here, it gives you maybe another geometrical illustration of the concept. And actually what it means that, let's assume you have a matrix, and a matrix is nothing but a linear transformation. They take a vector and assign another vector to it, and by asking what is this lambda and v, this couple, that won't change in space, or they will only rescale. Okay, so you want to talk about all vectors in space, in the space where A is working on, all the vectors that A will only rescale them, meaning will go in the same direction, either. Okay, so this is the geometrical illustration of the concept that unfortunately you can't hear what exactly he's saying in this video. Okay, so in here we see two examples. Okay, some basic facts in order to talk about more applications. So we know that the Laplacian, according to its definition, is symmetric, and therefore all its eigenvalues are real, meaning not complex. Moreover, it's positive semi-definite, and therefore can be diagonalized, and the eigenvalues can be ordered from big to small, as you can see in here. Okay, if we denote by 1 the 1 vector, we know that this is always eigenvector of L, correspond to the eigenvalue of 0. This means that this relation, this equality, holds. Why is that so important? Okay, so if you have a bunch of eigenvalues, and the last one is not a 0, then you know that the graph has k connected components, if and only if the algebraic multiplicity of the eigenvalue 0 is k. And what you can see in here is that according to this theorem or fact, you can find the number of connected components of a graph. And this is mainly used when you're doing something related to clustering. Okay, so for example, in the era of big data, where you have a lot of data or data science, and you want to know exactly what kind of data is in some sense equivalent to the other type, okay? So you want this to distinguish between one kind and the other, okay? The whole concept of machine learning. So this is the one thing that you can do. You can actually separate the whole graph, no matter how big it is, to connected components, saying that I can't distinguish between 1 and 2 because in some sense they are equivalent. Okay, so all this data, no matter how big it is, lies in the same group. Okay? Okay, another famous theorem, if you denote by T of G the number of spanning trees, then you know that the number corresponds to 1 over n when you multiply all eigenvalues. Okay? And as you can see here in illustration, so if you have a graph, a very simple graph, okay, and you want to find how many spanning trees there are, and the concept of spanning trees is the idea that you don't allow loops, and you want to include all nodes. Okay, so this theorem actually tells you that if you can translate your graph into a matrix, within that matrix, you can diagonalize it, find all its eigenvalues, and then this product will give you the number of spanning trees. And again, what is the importance of spanning trees? Let's assume you have several shops, and you want a driver to go through them. You want to find a path that go all through these nodes, so you can find all 3 different spanning trees. Okay. So again, now to talk about, again, the eigenvector of Vn minus 1 corresponding to the eigenvalue lambda n minus 1. In this case, you see, and I won't go deep into the mathematics and the algorithm of finding the Fiedler vector. So you have a graph, again, a very, very simple graph. You construct the Laplacian matrix, as we saw previously, Yeah, it's just a simple operation between matrices. You find the Fiedler vector, and according to this vector, you can actually find the cut, meaning you can divide the whole graph into two subgraphs. Okay, that's the idea. And here I will give you an example without showing any video, unfortunately, due to technicalities. 3 years ago, I used to consult to Lego company, and they asked us, we were a bunch of mathematicians and physicists and other kind of engineers, and they asked, once I give you a model, something that I constructed, is it possible with mathematics to build the manuals? Meaning I will give you the final model, let's say a tractor or something like that, and you will provide a PDF file of how to construct this exact model. Can you do that? Okay, so this is something which is known in the industry as reverse engineering. Okay, so I know exactly what I want to end up with, but I have no idea how. No, now I know the end point and starting point, which are all the breaks, but I have no idea how step by step I should construct this model. And the basic idea was that instead of thinking what should be the first step of how to build this model, I will go backwards. I will go backwards, meaning I will take the model and ask myself a very simple question. How would I take one break out of this model? Okay, and if I know how to do that, then recursively I can take each time one break after the other until I end up with a starting point. And then I would just run it forward. So the idea is that we finally understood that first of all, this model can be represented as a graph in space, clearly, because you have directions. So instead of a matrix, you can talk about a tensor, but tensor is just a nice generalization of a matrix. And then if you have a model and you grab it with your hands, and you want to ask how exactly will I take one part, right, and split this graph into two graphs, when one of them is, let's say, n minus 1 parts, and here I have 1, meaning I should search for a cut, but something which is very simple. Then we realize that the thing that you need to do physically with your hands is move in two different directions, right? That's the idea. You need to grab something in here, you really need to hold the model here, and just do something like that. It appears that this theory really helped us to generate this manual, and these days, if you go to their website and just press on some model, you can see how to construct this tree model using the algorithm that actually lies within their software. That's the idea, and again, it's based on a very, very simple mathematical concepts, okay? Okay, so let's see an example in here, a very small one. Let's assume we have this graph where the nodes are numbered from 1 to 4. And I want to find the cut. So I construct these matrices, as I showed you before. All of them are very simple to construct. So you see A, again, is the adjacent matrix, as you see 0 and 1. D is the degree matrix. And you have the Laplacian and all the others. And the Laplacian, again, is nothing but subtracting these two matrices. And you end up with these 4 matrices. According to that, you can build the Fiedler vector. Okay, you can do some additional things. And at the end, you find the eigenvalues. Now, in practice, it depends how big the matrix is. Because we know that finding the eigenvalues, it's quite a complicated system. But again, if we're talking about numerical algorithms, then we can always approximate these values up to some threshold. And in most cases, this is sufficient. Okay, so we found that eigenvalues. Okay, we also find the Laplacian eigenbase. Okay, we see that lambda 3 is not equal to 0, which implies that this graph is connected. Now you need to bear in mind that this is a very, very simple graph. And therefore, you don't need all the mathematics to decide whether this graph is connected or not, right? But if you're talking about a large network, a social network that you have no idea exactly how it looks like, it will be given to you as a huge matrix. But still, finding the eigenvalue will tell you if this is a connected graph or not. Now, what exactly it means as a connected graph in social network? It means that everyone know everyone else. Not necessarily I know you, for example, okay? If you're familiar with LinkedIn or Facebook, then you know if you have two persons, it's always written next to your name if either you know this person or you have some mutual friends, or this person lies in your third or fourth circle of friends. Okay, that's the idea, which means that, for example, 3, if 3 is a person, clearly he's not a friend of 2, right? But they both know 4, meaning they are connected. And that's the idea. Okay, so here again is the implementation of the theorem, stating that 1/4, okay, the number of n, the number of nodes, multiply all the eigenvalues, gives us 3, meaning these are the spanning trees. What again here are the spanning trees? I want to keep all the nodes, because again, the nodes might represent stores or people, but I don't want to have any loops. Okay, and let's assume this 1, 2, 3, and 4 are stores, and I need to supply them some material. I have a truck, and I want to ask myself, I want to deliver, let's say, shoes or something like that, I don't really care what, to all these stores without going back. Okay? So what would be the path? So, if we want to talk about bisection, I can also talk about that. Yeah, and I can show another more, let's say, more complex graph. So in this case, again, I have a huge graph, and I construct mathematically this vector. And this vector, I only care about the sign of its entries. So each entry corresponds to a node. Okay, so for example, plus 0.11 corresponds to 1. Since its value is positive, I just put plus on it. That's the idea. And once I assign all signs to the nodes, I know exactly where I should have a cut, and obtain 2 separate connected graphs. Why is that? Because these edges split between positive and negative. And that's the idea. Okay. Okay, another example. So again, as you can see in here, I have different ways, because in some sense this graph is symmetric, right? No matter how you look at it. So you can always break 2 edges and have that. Okay. Yes, again, several examples. And then let's talk about the final application. So graph signal processing. So I find this application very attractive to computer scientists, to electricians, because first of all, they have signal processing, or image processing, doesn't really matter, because image processing in some sense is 1 dimension lower or higher than signal processing. And let's assume we want to do signal processing, but using graph theory or spectral graph theory. And how is that even related? So we see here several relationships. So for example, social network is one example, temperature data, traffic data, another kind of data. So we want to explore data, but this data doesn't lie on, let's say, a simple structure on the plane. It might be on space with several sensors, and therefore it's only natural to explore this model using graph signal processing. Okay, so let's see how it is exactly. We can talk, again, another concept where we can talk about the mathematics, or we can show an example. So let's assume we have a graph. Okay, and as you can see, this graph lies on the plane of this screen. But we can do something else. We can assign a function that will give us either a positive or a negative sign to each node, okay? And for example, this positive or negative sign could be related to temperature, okay? So the model, so as it's written in here, the data itself is structured. That's the idea. So the idea is to take into account the structure and the data. So the structure is the edges, and the data is the values of the vertices. That's the idea of the nodes. Okay, so again, here, again, I'm using the same matrices, but here I do some additional things. But now I take into account this function that assigns a value to each of the nodes. That's the idea. Okay, let's see here another example. So this is also sometimes known as a star-shaped graph. Okay, and so you have a graph of 3 nodes, and I have a function that the value of 1 is -1, the value of 2 is 5, of 3 is -1, and of 4 is 3. This is clearly arbitrary, but it depends on the application. There is a meaning for this specific function. In this case, this is, again, just a simple example. So this function, the image of the nodes is exactly that. What should I do with that? So as you can see, instead of talking about the graph as a plain structure, I will assign a value, and that value will be either positive or negative. And as you can see in here, f of 1 is -1, so this is a short one. On the other hand, f of 2 is 5, so it's quite large. Okay, so the magnitude is exactly the value of fi. That's the idea. Okay, and now again, I'm using these matrices. I'm constructing all the things that I do previously, including the orthonormal eigenbasis. Okay, yes. And again, the idea, if we want to talk about noise reduction in signals, so let's take an example of low-pass filter. You have a signal or a noisy signal, and you apply some low-pass filter without going into the mathematics. So the output should be a filter or a clean signal, okay? And if I were in a real class, I will give the student a way of actually listening to this sound. Explaining to this is nothing but a function that can be translated into sound. So this is, let's say, something which is quite classical. On the other hand, if you have a irregular structure, meaning that you have something in the plane, but this plane or in space represent sensors that capture the temperature in random places in space, you would like to do the same, right? But take into account the structure of the space. Okay, so in the space you have these sensors. Each sensor captures some specific temperature. This is exactly so a sensor is the node of the graph. The temperature in a specific time is the amplitude, okay, what it measures, and therefore you have a graph where the nodes has some values. And so you do all the things that I mentioned before in order to have some information, or in this case, noise reduction. So again, these are simple examples, or at least that's how I see it, for basic concept in linear algebra. And I hope that by that, the students can really understand what's going on. Although as mathematician, I'm by training a mathematician, I always ask myself whether we should always go on the boundary, meaning it's one thing to talk about applications. Let's go back to some of the concepts that were mentioned yesterday. If we talk about limits in calculus, do we really want to teach them what is the limit? Because eventually, in real life or in application or whatever you do is computation, you will never use this epsilon that goes to 0. You will use something small enough, okay? But again, should we mention it or not? That's the question that I'm always asking myself. And I think that we as teachers, in some sense, need to jungle, okay? At least feel the audience and see exactly when and where to put the exact definition, okay? And whenever we can show an application or a nice movie from YouTube, or talk about, again, AI, machine learning, you will always get their attention. But I don't think we should neglect the real mathematics. We just We are in an era that we are not providing knowledge. Because knowledge, you just need to go to your smartphone and you can get whatever you like. We need to make them ask questions, be curious. That's the concept. So you need to combine them both. And I hope you enjoy that talk. This is muchas gracias, I think in Spanish, and in Hebrew you would say toda rabba. Okay.
Thank you, Aviv, for wonderful presentation and participation face-to-face. So we know that graph theory has very large application area. So the meaning of degree belongs to the edge or vertices, right? Vertices, right?
Yes.
Vertices or each edge.
The degree matter.
Yeah, meaning of degree.
The degree relates to the edges.
Edges, number of inputs, right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
How many paths, let's say,
How many paths?
are related to this specific nodes.
Very good.
If I'm a person, how many people I know? Okay? That's the idea.
Okay, please, questions?
Well, I remember that back in late 20th century, the beginning of 21st, LEGO was very much into that automatic building instructions. And at that time, we didn't know how to solve it. So you said you solved that in general case.
No, I'm not saying, look, as you know, as a magician, you are not allowed to tell your magic, right? What I meant is that I'm just showing the application. I'm not going deep into details. It's probably in some other course.
No, basically, because what I wanted to ask you, how have you dealt with all that complexity? Because, taking one break can be done in so many cases. Well,
but you don't really care which break, right?
Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
Right. Think about, let's give you another application. Think about Rubik Cube, for example. There are many ways of solving this puzzle, right? Now, if I play this game, I don't really care what's the shortest path or what's the shortest time of getting to the solution. I just want to end up with a solution, right? To show you. So here again is the same. I just want to provide you a manual of how to construct that specific model. I'm not saying that this is the unique solution. I don't even care if that's a unique solution.
Sorry, I didn't formulate myself properly. How to say? I'm questioning complexity of solution because you need, independently which one you take out, you have many cases, you need to continue that search, so any tips and tricks how you dealt with that complexity?
No, I'm not saying that this is a simple problem. It's not at all. I think it took us around 6 days, full board, around 15 hours a day to think about this problem until eventually we implemented the algorithm and saw exactly that sometimes it's working, sometimes it's not. But on average, we managed to get a solution. Now, I'm saying that if the model is simple enough, in what sense? Let's say you have some upper bound for the number of breaks, and it's not that complex. So you know that your algorithm will converge. Again, everything here is finite, right? You have a finite number of breaks. But again, you can talk about limit. Let's say you have, it makes a difference if you have a model that is composed of 100 and a model that's constructed out of 10,000. So
Average is about
500. It's big enough. 500 is big enough. So again, we also ask the question, what will happen if we'll apply the algorithm where n goes to infinity? Now, infinity is not just a concept, as you said. For us, infinity can be 500. So we saw that on average, we are capable of converging to a solution. Okay, now again, it's not a work in progress, but we managed during that day to provide some sufficient way of solving the problem. That's what I'm saying, okay?
Thank you again. Let's cheer him.
Ah, okay, sorry.
Let me say something, because I connect your talk, oh, I can sing. I connect your talk with the Mosher first talk, that also, and later we were discussing that I support completely your idea, introduce artificial intelligence concepts in our classroom at this time, because it's one of the way to reflect in the university that this is the place where you're going to learn first line of science and technology. But now at the end, what you say, what about epsilon and delta discussion if we consider, okay, and my first idea, and this is the first time that I say in this way, the most famous opera from Mozart has adapted to many different situations, time, space, and you can find not represented exactly as Mozart write down. So we have the possibility, and we have to make the effort to the classical, the basic concept of mathematics, because many people feel that they are robbing to mathematics, the basic also, to adapt, to decorate whatever with the first line of science and technology. Because our generations, the young generation, needs to be supported to address the challenge. Okay, all the graphics that you expose, it's difficult that your student understand completely. But when you stop for a while, that is not going to appear in the exams or whatever. When you stop for a while, you are paying attention on the professional career of these people. To say, this is your time, this is your future, maybe not for us, we are too old or whatever. So in that sense, what is my question, no? What is the reaction of the student? You really feel that there is a switch when you make that effort? You really feel a switch that the students say, wow, this is interesting.
I must say that I mainly teach calculus and linear algebra. Once a year, I give some advanced course on either approximation theory or topics in optimization. Now, the people that come to these advanced courses don't really need to see applications, okay? I'm talking about linear algebra and calculus. So over there, I really struggle every year, because every year I'm assigned to a different class or to a different audience. Sometimes it's electrotechnical engineers, and therefore I need to find the exact application that will fit their let's say, mind, okay? On the other hand, whenever I teach biologists, I need to think how exactly solving a system of linear equations will fit what they have in mind. So it's quite hard, and I must say in my faculty, whenever, when I just got into the role of the head of the department, I ask all of my lecturers to give an example, to give something, to implement some code based on I don't know what. Most people say, no, we want to keep on teaching as we are used to. 20, 30 years we teach calculus, that's the way we do it, and we're going to keep on doing that because this is the academy. Afterwards, when they go out, they will see all the application. So, as I said, it's a very, very thin, there's a thin line that we need to go, right, and jungle and feel the audience and see exactly. So sometimes it happened to me that I show an application and I see that the audience is bored, right? So I need to rethink how next time I will show them something that will really tell them, okay, this is the definition. One day you will use that, okay? And whenever I see that I need to explain about this epsilon, because I also think, again, out of respect to my occupation as mathematician, I think that we are not, so today, let's say in the last 20 years, AI, machine learning is very, very attractive. Everybody want to work with that, but who knows what will happen in 20, 30, 40 years. We know one thing for sure, mathematics will probably live forever, right? So it still makes sense to give them basic definitions, support that with applications, but bear in mind that still they need to understand, because creativity at the end lies in mathematics. Okay?
Okay, thank you, Aviv, again. Then our next speaker is Olga Timchenko from Aalborg University, Copenhagen. The topic is mathematics on need basis challenge for students during project work, for example, a case study, right? Thank you.
Okay, now to something completely different. I was really happy when this symposium was announced. I said, okay, I'll finally got a chance to talk about something that otherwise I won't have any chance to publish anywhere. And just here, like this. Okay, super. And this is really, really close to my heart. So basically, this is problem statement, and I guess that although maybe your students are much more much more, I would say, real engineers or more mathematics savvy than mine, I guess that you can kind of recognize your situation from these couple of lines. So how to teach mathematics in those educational programs that are not classical engineering disciplines, not classical mathematics, but something in between technology, science, and even art. So basically, now it's not that we need to teach them just to use all those mathematics formulas, algorithms, whatever, as we were told when we were young. Now we have all these wonderful digital tools, like game engines, all kind of software applications, all kind of 3D modeling software, all kind of software, educational software that also helps our students, not only meant, again, for mathematical and technical solutions, but also for art. There are lots of artists in this world that are using programming and some sort of mathematical expressions to make their arts. And then we get students who, after high school, simply lack basic skills, don't perceive mathematics as engineering students do, and they put this should in parentheses, because even engineering students nowadays don't see mathematics as we would like them to do. And basically, our students don't relate to those standard applications of mathematics. Yesterday it was asked, yeah, real-life problems, but real-life problems for whom? What are real-life problems that our students want to solve? So this is my problem statement. This is my everyday life. How to teach mathematics in this realm. And well, being from Aalborg University, we believe that our problem-based learning is the answer to all problems of education. And by the way, there are quite a lot of people who agree with us. I mean, at the end of the day, EU Commission approved this project, and one of the first workshops here was to get all of you to Copenhagen, Aalborg University Copenhagen, and try to present you our version of problem-based learning. And by the way, this paper here I cited from 2000, published just a couple of months before Herbert Simon died in pretty old age. This paper summarizes brilliantly lots of problems, issues, ideas of all those kinds of active learning, problem-based learning, inquiry learning, communities of practice with pluses, minuses, questions, and then somehow this what we think with Aalborg model, that basically teachers should advance learning by influencing what students do, but basic working and thinking is up to the student is somehow consequence of this. So it seems that we kind of know what we are doing with this problem-based learning, at least we want to claim so. How many of you can remember this image? How many of you have been to Copenhagen? Hands up, please, please, please. Okay, who was sleeping during the class? This is a pretty good illustration of what we mean by Aalborg University problem-based teaching. Basically, what we do, we divide workload of a semester, which is 30 ECTS, all of you know what an ECTS is, to 15 plus 15. First 15 belong here, 2 courses. So usually we have 3 courses, 5 ECTS each, but that can be also slightly different. Courses that support semester team. And then each semester has a team. Students are introduced to that at the beginning of semester, and then they should propose their problem and start solving that problem by the end of semester. So at the beginning of semester, there are much more coursework when we, in pretty classical way, do blah, 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 listen to me, you're going to learn everything important. And then project work gets momentum, and by the end of semester, it's almost only project work, and then comes exams. So this is general organization of every single semester at Aalborg University, meaning that our students do all in all 10 projects when they graduate with their master thesis, 1 group-wise project per semester. And then here you can see all the resources, and you can also note lots of tacit knowledge, that implicit knowledge that our students can gain over semester. So this was repetition from that. But although undeniably, however skeptical I want to be, I can't deny this problem-based learning has proven successful throughout decades. Aalborg University is now pretty highly ranked in both young and classical universities. The fact that I'm most proud of, so I tell that shameless promotion, when you are looking 10 years after graduation, Aalborg University graduates have the highest average salaries in Denmark, which is just a good indicator that our students are well prepared for contemporary job market. They can get jobs easily, and they can promote themselves in those work environments. However, there are 2 questions that I'm having in my head, and I don't know how to answer. So, first one, how does this problem-based teaching and learning environment, how does it support more creative modes of application of mathematics? And another very important that we touched also yesterday, but I think it's quite critical for all of us, also what you are talking, what everybody's talking, how does technology influence students' knowledge, conceptions, and attitude towards mathematics? And the older I am, the more puzzled I am with this. I don't have any meaningful answers. Oh. So, what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to collect examples of what my students and students I can see around do. So what I'm going to present you now is not a systematic scientific research, it is just one case study. So it's an anecdote. And I know really well that plural of anecdotes, it's not data. Anecdote is anecdote. But still some maybe insight, some generalization, some inspiration to think maybe can be chosen. And you know, I have tons of these examples. Just this one is that I'm going to talk about is the most colorful. It illustrates points really nicely, so I opted for it. My criteria was also that it's kind of average group of students, so not the best, not the worst. The project they did required some mathematical knowledge, which is quite a lot of projects that my students are doing, and that it should be quite a successful project. Now, who decides that? You know, in Denmark, we have that on the exams, it's not a teacher who is grading the students. We have censors. Censors are either teachers from another universities or people from relevant industry. So on the exam, censor and teacher are sitting together. usually we are talking very nicely and we agree on the grade, but if we disagree, then it's censor who has the last word. That is simple law. And that is the system that functions really nicely. So it's not me who said this was above average project, that was censor. Some outside expert who hopefully knew what he was doing about. Okay, so let us see. Before I go into this example, I just want to mention you a couple of small snippets that I experienced with my students that left me with open mouth, shocked, so that I still can remember that. First is this one, you know, you can recognize this. This is basic voltage divider, correct? What? Yes? Yes, sorry, exactly. That's that, because then when we put sensor on one of those branches, that's it. Parallel connection of resistors. Okay, here where I have couple of red question marks should obviously be equivalent signed. It's obviously the same. When I started being teacher many years ago, I realized that this is not equivalent for lots of my students. They have no idea how to move from here to there. I even get on the exam, it was a re-exam, and the student told me, Olga, I know that you failed me on this one last time, and I really tried to understand, and I can't understand. And then I was left with open mouth and was thinking, what can be problematic here? Come on, this is a basic fraction summation. And then I realized that students don't know how to sum up fractions. Nowadays, students simply don't know that. And if you think that my students are exception, you are wrong. Try on yours. Okay, this is one. And the second example also left me with totally open mouth. It was during supervision on some project where they should put some camera somewhere to calculate some size of the object, something like that, camera in 3D virtual world. And then we somehow ended up, when we measure everything with this equation, so x squared plus 1 should be 10 meters. And without thinking, I just said, okay, yes, so it's 3 meters, let's go on. And my student took his cell phone, turned on calculator, and told me, Olga, it's not that I don't trust you, I just want to check. Guys, man. Okay. And then the last one I'm going to show you before I go back to topic, you know, I like blabbing around, is this one. What is this, guys? What is this on the blackboard?
Polygons.
Pardon?
Polygons.
Polygons, yeah, but what is this? This is proof of Pythagoras' theorem.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, so I showed this to my students and said, okay, guys, is this the proof of Pythagoras' theorem? And the student said, no. And I asked why, and got the answer. You're all sitting, okay, I should sit. I got the answer, it is beautiful. It is beautiful, so it can't be mathematical proof. My heart is still bleeding. Okay, so those are some of horrible misconceptions of my students. And now let me go back to my story. So let us situate the case. We are on the 5th semester of Bachelor Media Technology, or how we like to call it, Mediology Studies. Media technology deals with, how to say, computer games, film effects, sound effects, light effects, both in virtual and real worlds. So how technology influences consumers of technology. Let's say one weird example, one of my students on whom I'm most proud of got a job in film industry for Lars von Trier. I don't know if you know him, but he's pretty famous Danish film instructor. And her role was with master to cut this, under chin of a pretty famous actress. So they didn't want to torture that. She was Hollywood actress, Kirsten Dunst. They didn't want to torture her to go to plastic operation. They just employed mediology master student to cut her chin in every single scene on the film. It's completely possible nowadays to do. So, all kind of film effects, computer games, virtual reality, all that mediology students could do. So, for that one, they do need some mathematics, you can imagine, and so they're having on the first year that pretty classical mathematical course, and I must say that we had an excellent mathematics teacher. You all got, at the beginning of the project, when we were discussing those real-life examples of what is there, so Eva uploaded some manual with real-life problems. That is what our mathematical teachers were using all the time, just showing all those geometrical transformations, angles, derivatives, whatever. We had that in that booklet. So that course was trying to connect abstract concepts with their everyday life. And then there was some course called Mathematics for Computer Graphics and Games on that 5th semester. And that is basically linear algebra, intersection of lines, plane circles, transformations, linear transformations, also all those eigenvectors values, how that distorts the space and things like that. And then students choose a problem, really the problem to solve within semester team, and semester team is mediating reality. So what can you do to trick your observers or to make some effect or whatever? So that is the setup. The group of students I got an honor to supervise simply wanted to investigate optical illusions that basically work because we are projecting 3D objects to 2D space. And one of the big names in that, they say, the best mathematician among artists and the best artist among mathematicians, Escher. Look at this, what is the problem here? We have waterfall, but if you follow water here, water is going down all the time. Can't you see that? Down, 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 and then we ended up. See, just follow the water. So how is this possible? And by the way, another pretty simple example of this is, oh, I didn't delete, is this Penrose triangle. Now that one you maybe know better. This is this impossible triangle that appears as triangle only when you are looking at it from certain perspective, correct? So what my students wanted to do is to investigate, can they make something like that in 3D graphics? Why is this all the time there? Anyhow, is this possible to make something like that in 3D? So, not only having 2D image, but having 3D space where the user can move somehow in that 3D space, observe those 3D objects now from different angles, positions, whatever, and could they do some modification of the scene, modifying viewpoint, doing something like that, making some combination of visual perception techniques so that the user can't notice that something weird is going on. So it should not work only for one position, this illusion should work for several placements of the user. Can you see, by the way, what is the trick here? This is a painting of Rob Gonsalves called Tree House in the Autumn. And here you have tree house, that toy house for kids. And then because of perspective, it looks as if this tree house is connecting to a real house. So that is the painting that artist made. And my students were thinking, how can they make that, first of all, in 3D, and then allow the user to move around without noticing what is the trick, because they're going to modify the scene slightly. So now we're having two modifications. Observer is moving and scene is changing slightly. You might think this is kind of nonsense problem, but I can assure you it's not nonsense problem. It has very real application in virtual reality, because in virtual reality you're standing with those goggles and then you are moving, investigating those virtual spaces, but basically you have very limited physical space to move, while virtual space is theoretically unlimited. So what they are doing, in fact, they're making those small tricks in changing some positions, whatever. So they're basically forcing you to walk in circle while having those goggles, although you are persuaded that you are walking in straight line. So this is absolutely valid problem to solve, pretty interesting, one that people are solving in many different ways in VR, but this was even previous, so why this doesn't work? Okay, I'm really sorry, I don't know how this image appeared in all my slides.
It's okay.
But then what my students did, it was not when I checked, no idea. Well, doesn't matter. What they did, they really did a decent analysis. So they were thinking about depth, size, Emmert's law that says that depending on other cues, objects of the same size look, in fact, of completely different size, depending on objects around them. Now look what they did, what they put about 3D transformations. That is slightly connected to what we were talking this morning. They took one simpler translation. I mean, I can't think of simpler 3D transformation. And what they did, they recreated the scene using Maya. Maya is 3D modeling software. They put all the efforts, you know, this is original painting, to put everything correctly in place. They did, this scene I didn't show you. They really investigated how the illusion works, how many focus of perspective they have, why is this, look at that one, what is false here. Then they did, I copy-paste from their report only the slides that are relevant for mathematical representation, but they did a lot of perception, human perception, color, how people behave. All of that was really nice. And then what did they do? Then what did they do that left me again as so devastated? Instead of using all those Euler angle transformations that Tatiana, it was Tatiana who was talking about that yesterday. Yes, I mean, you know, you can move in whole this half a sphere by just camera moves. I mean, either you observer or either observer or camera, and then they can, of course, modify the image so you can look at that. No, my beloved students simply took that place where the fence is lowest, and they just said, okay, you are allowed to move on one circle, same height, just around the scene. So what we have? The only one, we're just rotating, nothing else. Now, would you be nice and play that so that you can get an idea what did they do, actually? Yeah. So just next. See? You still can't notice that anything is happening. And only when we move completely, okay, now. See, now you can see the other side of the building. Can you go the other way? Here. Yeah? And so now they again become the same. So they basically pre-programmed lots of different transformed images. They moved the house, they resized the house, they did everything. Yes, this works. They made experiment on so many observers. They had, I think, more than 30 test participants. When can you notice that something's going wrong? They did a nice report. Just they escaped learning, implementing that mathematics. Let's go back to presentation. Thank you. Yeah. Next, please, next. Yeah. So they just escape implementing that mathematics that they should know, that they already heard about that. It was just too complicated. So, what is my conclusion from both this example and I told you many others that I'm having in my head is the students are really reluctant to use even slightly more mathematics than absolutely necessary to develop their product. Maybe because of their lack of confidence in themselves and fear of added complexity, they just want to make a nice project. And then instead of saying, thank you, do you have any questions, I want to ask you, are mediology students just an exceptional example of low achievers in math, or they're pretty good representative of a typical contemporary student, or see that I didn't dare to see, I'm just old, grumpy, overambitious mathematics teacher? Okay. That was it.
Thank you, Olga, for a very, very interesting presentation. And I usually tell the students when they ask, the problem is very hard to me, I say like this, that hard things is beautiful and otherwise beautiful things are very hard. For example, if the problem is hard, then the solution will be very beautiful. Or talking with beautiful girl is a little bit harder. So thank you very much. Can you tell me something about the disadvantages of the Eilberg model? What? Disadvantages that
no, you know, how to say, disadvantages. Yeah. It's hard to say whether that's disadvantage or advantage. I really don't know. So basically, we have control only over 50% of curriculum. Next 50% is up to the students. Okay. They can go very deep into something, or as here, they're just jumping the fence where it's lowest. I even had situations on higher semesters when students wanted to make their own companies. And then they wanted to prepare, while they're still students having that state support for education, so they're basically paid to study, they wanted to learn stuff for their company. And so it was exactly on this semester, they wanted to make web page for their future company. And I said, guys, that has nothing to do with mediating reality. They said, Olga, we really want to do this. I said, okay, let us negotiate. You have to make minimal things that fulfill this semester. You can do whatever you want. I'm going to pass you with 2 or 4. Those are 2 worst grades. Then exam comes. They made fantastic website, all connected with those databases, everything great. Yeah. Censor is totally puzzled. He says, this is a brilliant project, but has nothing to do with semester team. If we grade them according to learning goals, we have to give them very low grade. Yeah. I said, yes, that was the deal. So they got 4, they were super happy, they went out, they make, so I mean, students are in charge. Is it good, is it bad? Are they going to need this knowledge or not that they didn't gain? I have no idea.
Thank you for answer. Please, questions?
Hello. Nice to meet you. I'm fairly proficient, used to be fairly proficient in Maya, so I understand what you did. You asked a couple of questions at the end. Why did they choose, if you can go back to the presentation, why
Can we
did
go
they
back to
choose to,
I think previous one.
yeah.
Previous, yes.
Yeah,
this
yeah,
one.
okay.
Yes, that's
So, having experience in this kind of work, is this, how did they solve the moving house in the back? Did they just parent the house to the camera?
They modified both the size and the position of the house at every single step.
They modified like a skew?
Yeah, scaled.
Scaled?
Scaled and moved, both. And scaled non-uniformly in all three directions.
Non-uniformly. So that was
Non-uniform
my
scale and movement. Yes.
Because one of the easier approaches, yes, okay. So I have to, I know I have an opinion maybe, if it's good. Maya is the program that usually doesn't let people to delve into the more technical stuff. It usually enforces people to think about solving the problem creatively instead of solving the problem using code or mathematics.
That is exactly one of my points here. Thank you so much for saying that. I mean, we are trying to teach some mathematical concepts using the tools that are out on the shelf, tools that our students are going to use in their professional life when they graduate. But those tools, in fact, do their best to hide mathematics and to minimize programming requirements. So basically, it's kind of totally opposite.
Yeah, because I used to do programming in Maya, and I have to have experience in scripting Maya and everything like that.
This was scripted in Maya.
This has to be scripted, but the problem with these types of setups is because those software are not meant for, let me say, highly educated people. Those software, the most proficient users of Maya I have met in my life have only high school. It's a concept of how much time you invest in learning that particular software.
Yeah, well, nowadays, luckily, I think that what would we do if this is a novel project? They would just model this scenery and everything in Maya, and then they would export that in Unity, and then they would use C# for programming. So it would be slightly
It will be just the same because you transfer from offline rendering to real-time rendering, but the concepts are the same. So, okay.
That's just a really good question. How far can we go into that, how to say, opening mathematical concepts for our students? Because, you know, I'm absolutely persuaded that the more mathematics you know in these realms, faster developer you are. But it's about? I'm not sure I understand you. Yeah.
And you get a final picture.
Yes.
The picture, nobody sees mathematics. It sees a lot of grinding hours because to get a good picture, to get a good render, to put something else, the amount of mathematics that you know is not relevant. It's the amount of time that you spend on detailing the images.
Yes, but I can't agree more. But I believe, maybe wrongly, but I still believe that the better you know physics and mathematics behind these tools, that time in tweaking parameters can be significantly shorter. That's what I claim.
That is mainly overlapped or overstepped with experience.
Now that is also correct.
But this is in general. This happens in general independent of the mathematics. I mean, it depends on how do you train your students or the students they would like to be trained. To be a simple user or to be innovators. And in order to be innovators and have the feeling of what you are happening, in order to promote something, you need the fundamental knowledge. Otherwise, you are just a user. And to be a user, you are risking your career. Because someone will come to do this habit much better than you, and you're going to miss your job.
Yeah, but you know, just to be a user, you don't need university education. That's the point. Exactly. So how to develop that deep understanding in your profession by using the tools that have the main goal to hide those complexities. That is my dilemma. Absolutely correct.
I have a different opinion, because I have worked in this industry. The superstars in this industry, because everybody wants to be a superstar, are not the mathematicians. A superstar is the easy way. Everyone would like to be a superstar. No, the superstars are the people that present to us, let's say, relativity or industrial automation. Those are the companies that create wonderful effects. Those companies rely on strong technical teams. But those companies, the superstars, the people that create the things, exactly, are not mathematicians. But they have a feeling. They have a feeling, but they're not mathematicians. How do you have a feeling if you don't know your topic very well? But they consult the mathematicians and use the mathematicians to get what they want.
By the way, Kostas, you are now asking kind of...
Yes, but that is gained not only by going into the math, but by experience with the software. Because you have people. Math is an example, not a mathematics. Yeah, yeah. If you know the fundamentals of your science and you know what are you doing, and if you have a talent as well, but discover from the work, you have the feeling of where the things come, and you can combine things by other disciplines in order to move better. Yes. If you are just a copy paster, you know, I mean, you go and you copy paste, you don't have anything. The most innovative people in this field is the people that say, what if I do this? Those are the most innovative and most successful people in that stage.
Yeah.
They say, like, let's say I have negative gravity, something like that.
I think the mistake comes from, from the universities. How do they operate right now? Graduation rate. What does it mean, graduation rate? University or, the knowledge probably is not for everyone. We would like to be inclusive, but, we would like to build and graduate citizens that they can create and they can live in the society. Just, repeat that.
For example, for this industry, I know that like 50% of people that work in this industry do not have graduate degree. 10% have arts degrees, or 20%, and the other 10% are mathematicians that help them, or computer programmers that work and create this software. So you need a lot of grinding, you need a lot of people that know how to scram.
Okay. More questions or comments, please? No? Then thank you, Olga, again. Next. Okay, we have coffee break time, about 20 minutes, and then we will continue. 30. About 30 minutes. Sorry.
Hello, hello.
Okay, okay.
everyone is here, I think maybe we will begin, or? Okay, wait. Okay, I am very glad to see you again. We will continue our event. And the next speaker is Boris Kochi from Weizmann Institute of Science, Israel. The topic is problem-solving opportunities in frontal lectures and tutorials, inquiry in teaching practices and learning strategies. Please.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Thanks for this opportunity. First of all, presenting is a good chance, a good opportunity to take off the mask, which is nice as well. Let me begin from that this talk is based on results of 2 PhD studies by Iman Atrash and by Ofer Marmur. You can see their pictures here. I'm very sorry that they couldn't join. Iman is right now in Israel, and Ofer Marmur is now a faculty member at Auckland University. Unfortunately, our last correspondence several days ago was not about scientific matters. It was about the situation in Ukraine. Ofer knows that we have their family and friends. So let me begin from just wishing that this terrible situation will end soon with fair and quick peace. And now let me begin from just one slide about facts about higher education in Israel, because today you've heard several presentations about Israel institutions. So just to have a general picture, there are 9 million citizens in Israel, and 1.5 million of them are school students or university students. There are 2 official languages, Hebrew and Arabic, in Israel. What is the very important stage in entrance to the university or college education is what we call matriculation exams. And somehow only 50% of Israeli school students have this matriculation exam. It has changed, but not essentially. Yes. Entrance exams to university consist of 2 parts. The one is some combined grade from that reflects achievements in school. And the second 50% is a psychometric test, something like a test that tests general abilities. And the Israeli reality is so that after school, most of the school students go to military service, then a year of travel around the world. That's why probably you're familiar with so many Israelis in your countries. So they begin higher education normally 3 or 4 years after completing the school, which means that in Israel we have quite different populations than in other countries in terms of age and preparation. And because of this delay, specialization begins immediately from the first year, not like in the United States when there are 2 years of general college education and after that you have specialization. So this is a brief background. Somehow I cannot manage what I'm doing wrong. Okay. And now, as a background to my talk, I'd like to present several premises that I think it would be easy for us to agree upon, despite all the differences in educational system. I think that we all agree that learning should be active and interactive. It is also easy to agree that learning occurs not only during the lectures and tutorials, but it's a combination of in-class and out-of-class learning experiences. Also, if I would like to give a big umbrella title to many talks that I've heard today, it would be that the relationship between what we teach and what they learn is very complex. What they learn is not exactly what we teach. And sometimes we can talk about traditional pedagogies and so-called well-intentioned pedagogy. We have a lot of good intentions, but it doesn't mean that they all are conveyed in a classroom situation. A simple conclusion from this, that each teaching format has affordances for some institution-valued learning, otherwise it would not be here. And right now, just frontal, big-size lectures are in my head. They're with us for years, and it's very unlikely that they will disappear soon, and there are reasons for this, mostly of institutional level. And what I'm going to argue during my presentation is that even when lecturers appreciate interactive modes of teaching, there are a lot of constraints that otherwise can be overcome when we have this big size, big class frontal lectures. So
I'm going to claim that the role of frontal teaching should be considered in the context of other teaching or learning activity. What we do is not what they do much more. And of course, that sometimes tacit suggestion that frontal teaching is incompatible with active learning should be not taken for granted, because there is a lot of things that we as lecturers can do for our students. Having said this, sorry, my talk will concentrate on two big questions, which later I will split into two more specific questions, one of which was studied by Iman Atrash and another in the PhD study of Offen Marmor. So the big questions are, what can interested and resourceful lecturers do in order to create for their students opportunities for active learning? With the following constraint, I'm talking now about frontal large-size classes, when teachers teach under all the institutional constraints that we know. It's not some idealistic situation. Another question is, what can students do? Or more specifically, what activities besides listening and making notes university students are or can be involved in during these frontal lectures? These are two general questions for my talk. And this thing doesn't work. Sorry. Okay. Okay. So the general background for two studies that I'm going to present is that they occurred in a highly competitive research university in Israel, which is the Technion. One study is about a linear algebra service course. Another study is about calculus. These courses are taught by several lecturers in parallel, but I will focus on two lecturers. Usually in a classroom you have between 150 to 300 students, and tutorials are between 50 to 100 students. So they are really not this very nice example that we've heard from Olga in the previous presentation.
Very large classroom, right?
The courses are very demanding, even for well-prepared students, and student population in the Technion is actually the top of student population in Israel. And besides of the lectures, all these frontal courses are accompanied by a lot of activity. Oh, first of all the lectures are videotaped, so every student can watch the lecture when it is convenient. There's video library. There is a rich collection of course materials, including all exams from past years, which are open to students to get prepared to exams. A lot of online activity with or without presence of TAs, of tutors. And here actually problem solving occurs. And it is very common that students work in teams, informal teams, in order to get prepared to very challenging examinations. So I will talk about lecture M and lecture B. Both have wonderful feedback for students. Both are very known as top-level lectures in the Technion. I am talking about linear algebra course. But their backgrounds and preferences as teachers are very different. Lecturer B is a research mathematician. By the way, he specializes in the field of non-negative matrices. We've heard today graph theory and non-negative matrices. With involvement in mathematics education research. And lecturer M is a mathematical lecturer with involvement in math and research. Her PhD was in mathematics education rather than mathematics, but related to university-level mathematics. And as mentioned, they both have excellent feedback from students. So they both can be called, without any tension, expert lectures, very good lectures, very knowledgeable lectures. And these lectures have their own characteristics. I'm quoting now a paper by Hatifa about expert lectures in university. And they're well prepared and organized. They know how to stimulate student interest and motivation. They have positive rapport for students. And very importantly, they show high expectations for students. They begin from, we can do everything. And generally, they maintain a very positive classroom atmosphere and environment, in spite of the challenge. No compromises with the material taught. They both have their dilemmas and preferences, and let me quote just one short sentence from interviews with each one of them. So lecturer B once explained Iman that when you teach a course in parallel with other lecturers, you have to cover specific material before a midterm of an exam. And this causes a dilemma between my will to be flexible and answer the students' questions and my duty to finish the material required. I think that many of us can sympathize with this quote. Lecturer M told, I'm a little stressed because I am lose 2 hours next week. This stress is because of the TAs, and I don't want a situation in which they don't have material to exercise because I am late. These quotations tell us about something about constraints. Even though the lecturer is alone with his or her students during the lesson, there are many institutional constraints, and actually they feel themselves as part of lecturing teams. So in this context, the data collected by Iman Atrash in her PhD contained 168 videotaped lessons of 2 linear algebra courses given during 2 years. In addition, this was the main data corpus in her study. In addition, the lecturers were interviewed, and what was very important, there were about 10 stimulated recall conversation about specific lessons. When after the videotaped lessons, she could speak with the lecturer about what is this and what is there, and why you decided what you decided, and so on and so forth. This huge amount of data was scrutinized based on 2 specific questions, which are presented right now on the screen. The first one is, which pedagogical practices aimed at helping linear algebra students to overcome their difficulties with the exposed material? PPOD stands for Pedagogical Practices for Overcoming Difficulties. Do typically appear in frontal lectures by B and M, and something about the first question about what you decided, and the second question is why you decided what you decided. So the second question is based on these stimulated recall conversations and interviews, and it is about lecturers' considerations behind their decisions. So 50% of randomly chosen videotape lessons were analyzed, and the focus was on those episodes that actually alternate what we know as traditional teaching. Traditional teaching sequence in university was defined by Davis and Hirsch as the lecturer presents definition, then a theorem, then a proof, then another definition, another theorem, another proof, and this is known as traditional. So Iman was interested in what they do beyond this. What actions are beyond this triad can be observed in lectures by B and M. Very briefly, theoretical background for that study was Tim Rowland's knowledge quartet, but I won't stop here and go immediately to results. Analysis of these lessons showed that actually beyond this triad of defining, presenting a theorem and proving, the lecturers do a lot of stuff. They give numerical examples, they try to anchor their explanations in real life, use visual aids. Sometimes they repeat twice their explanations. Sometimes they prove or solve problem in several ways. Highlight by asking questions. Interestingly, they make intentional mistake to keep the students alive and aware. Encourage to keep working and advising do something or don't do something when you prepare to the examples. With these 9 categories, I would like to exemplify them with how many of these appear in just one lesson. This lesson was about system of linear equation lectures. And in blue, you see some increase in a particular activity. And in red, you see some decrease in a particular activity. We can use this example, or next example, or next example, and we'll see that per one lecture, the use of this additional teaching aids seems to be sporadic. Sometimes it's more, sometimes it's less, which does tell us that the lecture styles were quite diverse. Overall, I just want to give one example from lecture B about how this particular activity looks like, say, when we talk about making an intentional mistake. So the lecturer wrote on the board that given two subspaces U and V, U intersect V is a subspace, And, erroneously, unite V is also a subspace. Okay. B writes a proof for the first claim, then modified the proof by changing some signs, claimed that he proved the second claim. We know that it's just incorrect, the second claim. And looks at the students. His expectation was that the students would notice that it is a mistake and will correct the lecturer. Nothing like this happened. So after some silence, the lecturer himself says, no, that the proof is incorrect, and there is very nice proof by contradiction why it doesn't work, so he presents this proof. What we learn from here is that even it looks appealing that we as lecturers try to do many things in addition to standard explanations, it doesn't tell that our intentions are met by what students do. So they just remain passive in this episode. Again, it is about well-intentioned pedagogies and student learning. It's not the same. And from here, I want to use two more quotes about this making intentional mistakes. When lecturer B explained why we did what he did in that episode, his intentions were to, I want them to think more and be aware of mistakes that even the lecturer can do. This was his rationale, but practice showed that it didn't work as planned. And an assertion of lecturer M about another teaching strategy, encouraging to keep working, she says that obviously not everyone understands everything during the lecture, and it is not harmful to review the material at home. In my opinion, I should do everything I can do to make things clear, so that most of the students understand, and then at home they would try to understand deeper. As positive as it is, this quotation is a bit apologetic. So as a lecturer, I know that I cannot reach the full understanding during the lecture, and just hope that my students will continue studying at home. Okay, if to look at most popular and least popular teaching strategies in these two lectures, we'll see that giving numerical examples was the most frequent strategy in 84 hours of lectures analyzed. Highlighting by asking questions, then a lot of advice of what to do and what to not to do at home, and sometimes repeating twice. Interestingly, that these lecturers had different values for their teaching, what they want to achieve. For example, for lecturer B, it was very important to enable students be active and ask questions. And lecturer M emphasized that she wishes to provide students with comprehensive and relevant explanations. So the better she explained, the better for students. I forgot to mention that during the second occurrence of these courses in this study, they used clickers. We know this technology. It is less popular now because actually they used the online version of clickers, but we all familiar with it. But it gave only a small change in their lecture style. What was more influential were these stimulated recall conversation with the researcher. They occurred 10 times during these 2 semesters, and apparently it gave a stage for teachers' reflections. So somehow we observed that overall during the second semester they increased a lot their attempts to do something for their students besides standard teaching. So the unexpected conclusion was not clickers, but interaction with mathematics education researcher was what caused some change between the first and the second year. And let me continue from here about an elaborated story about making intentional mistakes, but now it is a story from Ofer Marmur studies. Ofer Marmur wanted no more, no less, but create wow experiences for the students during calculus tutorials. Well, no wonder he has dual bachelor degree in mathematics and in music. And he is one of those people who inspire students, and it was very harmful to him when a problem that he knows is very beautiful, it's great, it doesn't evoke the emotional response from students. So we took it as a project with one problem and tried different variations of how to teach this one problem during 5 semesters. This is a problem, calculus, first year. problem looks like a standard problem, but it is a little not standard. Actually, there is given a sequence, and what we need is to prove that the sequence is monotonous and to find its limit. It was not the first problem of this type that students encountered, and in all their previous experiences, what worked well was mathematical inductions. The problem is that it doesn't work here. A small change in the formulation, and for the second statement, you cannot use the standard three-step algorithm of mathematical induction. You can try, but it doesn't work. So the problem is a bit special. With this special problem, what does work is it is very nice implementation of arithmetic geometric means inequality. So given the conditions, you can find a lower boundary for the sequence without induction, just by using something that students already know but never implemented in this situation, in this context of finding limits. The initial teaching approach was this. This is an example of a situation when induction is not helpful, and we had more time, but you can try it at home. Then offer shows the solution the elegant solution by the equality. And as a result, the students remain very indifferent. No one appreciates the beauty of the problem. It was done at the initial stage, and then for 2 times, offer tried something else. He made a failed attempt to prove by induction the monotonicity of the sequence, and then he shows that it doesn't work, but another method works. It was better. In this case, 2 or 3 students showed sign of appreciation. It is interesting, it is great, wow, but only 2 or 3, and I remind the classes are large. It's about 50 to 100 students. So we continued, and this is a sequence of a successful lesson. Success was defined as emotional reaction from about 1/3 of the class. So about 20 or more students said this, wow, that offer was so eager to hear in his lessons. What happened here? First of all, time. In this version, presenting the problem took about 20 minutes, but in the previous version, it took about 7-8 minutes. So time. How the time was used? First of all, it began from innocently looking problems in which induction does work. Next, they played with the sequence and just calculated its several elements in order to guess what can be the limit of the sequence. Then they did what they could do, which is to prove that 0 is a lower bound. And this worked with mathematics induction. This one you can do with mathematics induction. Then they tried to prove that the sequence is monotone using mathematical induction. Offer wrote the whole blackboard of transformations, looked at it and said, doesn't work, and erased it all. Then he approached the problem again and tried to prove that square root of 2 is a lowered bound, again using mathematical induction. He wrote another blackboard of mathematical science, looked at it and said, it doesn't work, and erased it all. It was very, very dramatic in this lesson. And only then he said, aha, I think about something else, and showed the elegant proof by means inequality. And it was success. In this sequence, wow experiences were really observed and evoked, and I remember this small change take 5 semesters to try until we got this sequence. Let me try to explain what's going on here. Thank you. So about 1/3 of the students showed wow signs, but in the middle, wow signs at the end of this lesson. They said beautiful, wonderful, wow. But it was preceded by negative emotions, because when offer just erased the entire blackboard of mathematical science, they said it was horrible, I feel frustrated, and even I was infuriated. It reminded us something that Huron wrote in his book about contrastive valence theory, which is all devoted to appreciation in music. when music is appreciated by us as beautiful. Hurel, who is a theorist in this field, argued that it is the case when music is presented as a sequence of tension, relief, tension, relief, tension, relief. If everything is very smooth, so just nice sound, we very quickly do not appreciate this as beautiful. But what we really like is tension, relief, and this is what Offer created in that lesson. In Offer's study, we used less of videotaped analysis of videotaped lessons, but more analysis of stimulated recall conversations with students. So 9 students who had expressed strong emotions at the lesson and agreed to talk about this experience were interviewed in the following way. They are shown this 50-minute videotaped episode from the lesson devoted to that problem, and they're invited to stop the video whenever they wish, to stop and share what were their feeling or their thoughts at the moment. We cannot explore online thinking of students in a real-time situation during the lesson. Just imagine your calculus large-size class, and everybody wears this, I don't know, MRI or something like this. It's impossible. But the closest, by methodologically closest tool for revealing what students felt and thought during the lecture is this stimulated recall conversation, and this is what Offer used. Some examples. In that moment of the lesson when Offer erased the entire blackboard for the first time, the student stopped the video and says, I thought you'd simply make some kind of change and we would move on. That there will be some small nuance you will use and we'll be able to continue. But here it was extremely dramatic. You just erased it all. Another student. I felt a rise in self-confidence that this can happen. Maybe it can also happen to you, the tutor, or any students who I think is smart. It can happen to anyone. That's why that we try something and it doesn't work. Let me recall you that this was initial intention of lecture B from Iman Atrar's study, but that time it didn't work. This time it worked. Thank you. So, a little more details about this episode. On the video, we have done several explanation of the TI, the offer. We have done several standard exercises, and now we are going to consider a non-standard exercise. By the way, it has been given as a homework some times ago. What students felt when the teacher taught what he taught. Student R stopped the video and said, here I recall that very, very similar questions that indeed appeared in homework with these inductions, and that I have used induction before. Next time, the student stopped the video when Offer erases for the second time the entire board. Reflections of student. I was shocked, no doubt. I was sure at that moment that we are about to finish the solution, because in the past I had rarely solved such problem by induction. Personally, I began looking for the ways of how to continue from here. It took me about 3 minutes to cut off my attempts and come back to you. And in 3 minutes, yes, I think that's because him, points to students on the video, talked. I had the momentum, extra time to think autonomously. I was not listening to what he was saying. Then you said, okay, show me after the lesson. It's very interesting, let me explain. On the video, some students stopped Offer and asked a question. You remember, enabling students to ask questions is considered as a positive experience of lecturers. But what's going on here? Another student, he is not interested in that dialogue of a student and the lecturer, but uses this as a pause for his own autonomous thinking. And another use of the opportunity during a very loaded frontal lesson. So we conjectured that while participating in an emotion-loaded episode, the students seemed to do much more than just listening and making notes in this situation. They seemed to notice unclear places to come back to later, to formulate questions, but probably not articulate these questions. They test alternative solution pathways, and they construct anticipation, which is the key moment of active learning according to Martin Simon and Zur. So what did this student R did, actually? He was a listener, but it's not just listening. There are different kinds of listening, and we don't really know how to call what he've done at the lesson. It can be self-regulated listening, inquiry-driven listening, exploratory listening. Personally, I like this mathematically active listening. It's not the standard listening and making notes, and it was quite a challenge to create a situation that students were involved in this sort of listening. Let me conclude with a question. How can we help less skillful students that students are to become active listeners? And here I just present two results. I'm zooming out from particular exam, but there are papers, you can read about them. Two ideas of theoretical nature came to our minds after analyzing a series of these examples and after these two PhD studies. The first one is that students really, but really, appreciate what we called heuristic didactic discourse. Lecturers' discourse that presents heuristic strategies, which are simultaneously monitored from expert perspective, yet derived from a student perspective. So Offer, of course, knew the right solution when he erased this board twice. But he was resonating with students' expectation and could enter their minds with what they tried to do with the problem by themselves. They gave him an opportunity to enter the shoes of real problem solving, and he was artist enough in order to balance his frontal explanations with encouraging the students' active experiences. This is idea number one. And idea number two, and I refer now to two papers based on Offer Marmor's PhD study. One is Journal of Mathematical Behavior, and another is Mathematical Thinking and Learning, in which we talk about key memorable events. And probably this is the biggest insight of these two studies that we've learned. We are very engaged in teaching students what we think is important. But as Edison said, real education is when you studied everything, passed the exams, and forgot. So what remains after that is your real education. In this case, we all are probably in business of creating memorable events for our students, something that will be remembered after the end of the course and after the exams. And that episode with the sequence, limit of the sequence, was one example, but there are many more examples of different natures when something happened which is remembered, key memorable events that are perceived by many students in class as memorable and meaningful in support of their learning, and they are typically accompanied by strong emotions, importantly, not only positive, they don't smile all the time, but it can be negative emotion, positive emotion, tension, relief, tension, relief. If we succeed to do this, so probably our students will remember us one day. And this is it for now. Thank you for your listening. I finished.
Thank you, Olga, for very experienced presentation. Sorry, Boris. Presentation, particularly based on experience of two wonderful lecturers, right? Questions, please.
So, Boris, did you count or record the number of students who pose questions during the lecture? Is that important for you?
Not problem posing, you mean students ask questions?
Exactly.
It was done in Iman Atra's study, and usually there were these first row students, not many.
Yeah.
Not many students.
So, and also, is there any information regarding how that interaction between the lecturer and students come out in terms of So what happened after they posed questions during the lecture?
Well, I presented one example, and another example was that a student asks questions about what bothers him right now, then the good lecturer tries to be positive and engaging and answering this question. But it is questionable what this dialogue gives to other students. That students are used this time as an opportunity to think independently. So you ask, I answer. It is good for us, but I don't know how it's good for Olga at the same time. In relation to your question, let me just say that the first study was ethnographic. It was no intervention. She just followed 2 lectures which are known as very strong and popular lectures. The second study was an intervention. So after we learned what's going on in the best classes we have, we thought what can be done to change without changing the size of the class and devoting too much time. This was the rationale of offer study after Iman study.
Yeah, and the final question is, what is your opinion about using lecture as a main way to teach mathematics? I mean, in the past, you have a massive number of students, and probably it was okay. But now with the means that we have, and so it's still an issue that we should be taking?
Well, in an ideal world, we will all go to Aalborg University. But in this case, education would take not 4 years, but probably 8 years if you don't want to compromise with the materials which are needed for our students to be competitive on the market. So it's hardly possible. I think that diversity is the key. And I don't believe that in foreseeable future we will have substitute for frontal lectures. That question bothered me for some time. Thank you, Mara, thank you for asking this. And I remember now quoting Gershon Horel from UCSD. He was asked, given all the options and all the time in the world, when would you prefer to have a frontal lecture? And his answer was, when my students are prepared for this. What does it mean? It means that they're prepared to be active listeners. So you talk and I follow you, but also involved in independent search. For educators, I think the challenge is to prepare our students to be such active listeners. And in this case, lectures are possible. But in many cases, we lecture for unprepared students and with all the negative effects that we know of frontal lectures. So for me, it's an open question, including institutional constraints and financial constraints, actually. But I think that we can do a lot, including ideas from iTEM project, what can be done.
Okay.
Thank you for a nice, for a great presentation. 2 things come to mind. The time you spend solving a problem that will turn out not to work, that takes up a portion of your class. You fill the blackboard with formulas and then you erase them all. So that reduces the time you have to cover new material. So how do you cope with that, and how much time can we be prepared to waste on proofs that will be erased because we have time pressure to cover material that is planned in the syllabus? And to continue as a second topic on what you already mentioned, this is a very philosophical issue nowadays. The whole idea of the existence of universities and lectures having these access to Coursera, to massive online open courses, video lectures on YouTube on almost everything from changing your light bulb on the car down to integration and everything. So how do you see the future of universities in the classical sense in general?
About the first question, it's a real dilemma. And I don't think that there is some optimal proportion of special lessons, special incursions. Everybody decides by himself or herself. Trying to answer you, I have in my mind now a PhD dissertation of Peter Liljedahl from Canada, who showed that even single inside experience for school students becomes a memorable event and influences his attitude towards mathematics. In Offer's case, such a lesson was just once in a semester, and there were 2-3 occasions of memorable events of other sorts. There were special lessons. It was not every time. So it's a subtle balance between the wish to create special memory and the need to cover the material, as we've seen from citation from lecture B and lecture M, who are obliged to cover material. But what would be a bad situation if, because of the need to cover material and catch up with other lecturers, I never do something special? This, in view, is not justified. So some balance, roughly speaking, 3, 4, 5 times during semester, something special which would be memorable and change attitude, it would be good. Peter Liljedahl's PhD with school students, not with university students, shown that such occurrences have long-term consequences. Students remember them and their motivation is improved. About the second question, what I think about the future of university, they will not close us. But we, in a way, are very conservative in what we do. Our students many times are much more ready for change than we. Here I allude to another study that we conducted with Alon Pinto when we conducted a survey. Probably some of you got invitation 2 years ago to take part in this survey about experiences of lecturers to help their first-year students. In that survey, first of all, most of people are optimistic. So we have something, we can do something to change the situation. There were some pessimistic voices like, well, I know that they teach the same mathematics using the same lecturer's note as they've done 30 years ago. And I know that it is inappropriate to my students, but I don't know what to do. But the majority of these voices were positive. People presented ideas and tried. The danger in this is, first, every creative attempt is usually embraced by the enacting university. So in your university, you don't know what happens in another university and so on and so forth. Somehow we need to join forces, and this consortium is one of such attempts. Another thing that many lecturers try something creative, it doesn't work, and for the first time, and they're disappointed and come back to traditional teaching. And here I see the danger that the collaboration between mathematics lecturers and mathematics education researchers who can accompany these attempts, who can analyze them, who can to do something in this direction is very low, and it's one of the problems of our field, and I really hope for better collaboration in the future.
Thank you. More questions? Okay.
Basically, what Boris just said, you try something once, then it fails and you stop. Try everything 3 times. First time it fails. I remember when we introduced flipped classroom for the first time, students' feedback was, our teacher is lazy, she doesn't want to do her job, and she wants us to study. Yeah. After 3 years, they somehow changed.
I cannot agree more, Olga. Actually, try 3 times and learn from every iteration has a very official name in mathematics education. It is design-based research, as it is defined, this methodology in the literature. So let's do it more.
Okay, then. Thank you, Boris. The next speaker is Eva from Czech Technical University in Prague. The topic is methods of teaching mathematics and their evaluation. Please.
you for inviting me for the conference, and namely Rodrigo and Israel and the team who maintain all the techniques and are supporting us to feel here comfortable. And I think also the colleagues from my school that they were supporting me, and want to speak about our experiences we gained during long years period, and namely add something which is our like investigation or analysis about what happened in the last 4 years. As I already informed the audience in Denmark that we did some study which covered 10 years of 10 years long process within which we were collecting the data and then analyzed how the measures we introduced during these 10 years affected the outcomes, the students' results. And we saw that the measures worked. I just will speak about the period of 10 years where we started from typical frontal teaching, and the seminar where the teacher just for the smaller group repeated what was lectured and presented how this problem has to be solved, how this topic should be understood, and so on. And when I started at the Faculty of Biomedical Engineering, the results were very poor, and I was shocked. And I was just following what was the normal routine and realized that it doesn't work, and I wanted to change it, so I asked the Dean for Study Matters, which is my colleague Yuri, and he said, well, do whatever you want, but don't kill our students. It means don't make them to leave the school because they don't pass math exams and so. So I just was trying to incorporate to the teaching what I experienced, what I did, and the teachers didn't need to force me because I was studying the subjects which I loved and which I wanted to study. But I had in front of me the students who were affected by a long process of their experiences from elementary school, general secondary, and high school. And especially the last year for those who wanted to take mathematics as the subject, they want to take the final exam at Maturita. And these bad habits and also bad views on mathematicians and mathematics, it was the bad mathematician was projected into bad mathematics. because the teacher was not pleasant, because the teacher looked as superior and was not able to accept the differences between the students. And all these are the things which I would simply say that it's the work in more problematic environment. Because when you see the students who want to learn English because they want to travel or they want to learn some art, they want to do it because they love it. But the students who are coming to our school are not the students for them would be math the major. And that's why we have to also deliver the math in limited access, and of course, like an engineering math, if some proofs or explanation how we can understand some statement theorems. So it is also difficult to maintain this problem for a mathematician. When I have to leave the idea that I would do that definition, theorem, proof, definition, theorem, proof, I have to skip it and to substitute by something which is the powerful substitute for this very situation. And it's instead of proof, show a relevant example. And after definition, explain what it actually means on the concrete example. So the lecture, and also then in the seminars, the lecture has to be accompanied by adequate number of examples. But as normally I don't like to repeat what I have written to the presentation, I usually solve the problem on the board. And it is much more attractive for the students because they follow me, they look for the mistakes, and they also are sometimes surprised that I do something intentionally, that I am trying to alarm them that they should pay attention and not to sleep. And during the years, I realized, and it's in the article mentioned, that we introduced frequent testing and midterm testing and motivation for preparation, small portion, then bigger portion, these 2 midterm tests, and then the students are evaluated before they take an exam. And this evaluation is transferred to the final evaluation. So the student who wants to get good grades tries to achieve the highest number of points. And then the same in the exam. So this is that, these were the measures we introduced and wanted to then look whether they are functional. And now, today, I will just briefly show you the graphs we came to with the results, and it is in 2 aspects of the evaluation. One is the study efficiency, and the other one is the failure rate. And this two pictures are focused to the winter semester and the summer semester. Yeah, it's not visible.
You can share it with Google.
I thought that you are. Would you like me to join through Teams? Yeah, I want to, through Teams, I may do it.
We are using Google Meet. So I can open Google Chrome.
I thought that it's in there.
No, we are using Google Team, Google Meet.
I may do it this way. And you,
Yeah, but
everybody
no one
will
is going to listen from the one of the people online. No.
Nobody will listen? I thought that we
We are
tried.
using Google Meet.
Okay, so do it as you.
Do you have?
I thought that you.
That's why I asked you before, but you told me to.
Google Chrome.
I will use Microsoft Edge.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You have on your email the event.
I didn't check the screen, so I didn't notice.
Can you complete 1 second? And I send you an email with the.
Okay. And which address? The Gmail, yeah? And which email address?
Is the Eva?
Yeah, that's Centrum. Yes.
So
okay, it will be here. No.
No, it's a Gmail.
Gmail. Okay, so
it's the one that showed me there. Sorry.
Yeah. Maybe it's basic. No.
Yeah, so
Google
if
Meet.
you enter.
Yeah, and here.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will
Okay.
accept your.
I should allow my camera or not?
No.
No.
Well, allow it.
Allow.
No, just allow it, but just
Yes.
cancel it out. So you will just cancel both.
Yes.
Cancel
And
this. Okay. Go inside.
And
Hello, hello. Now go to the browser again. Okay, so now you click here, share screen. I think it's the first one. Okay. Click here. Okay. And then share. Okay, and now you can go to yeah. Your I'm going to edit now. Alright. Maybe try.
Yeah, but it's still not visible.
I'm going to do it now.
I'm sorry.
Okay, everything is visible. Then keep continue.
Yeah, so just, is it enough?
Yes.
Yeah. So, as I mentioned, since the year 2009-10, we were steadily developing some tools for to improve outcome of math. And due to the COVID, we realized that some of the measures or some of these activities we could not do. And we had to think about changing our strategy. I spoke about last time where I was speaking about Alpha Omega project. So I will come to it. And the aim of this today's contribution is to compare the analysis which was done along the span of 10 years with that overlaps the year 2018-19 and continues up to the Corona time. And this is the original, these are results concerning the study efficiency over the 10 years and the failure rate. And it shows that the measures we introduced are functional and were functional, but as soon as the Corona entered our space, we had to change. The method we had to do instantly was the transition from face-to-face to online, and we at the beginning were recommended to use Teams, and within the Teams platform we delivered. I cannot speak about in plural, but I feel that I did this. But for the students and teachers who were teaching next to me the same courses as seminar leaders or lab leaders, because we changed also the number of hours when we extended the teaching from 2 hours lecture, 2 hours seminar to 2 more hours seminar, but in a computer lab with MATLAB. And I will speak later about this. So the transition went well. The materials were their online. Also, the students had, as in the years before, sample tasks for the midterm tests. They had the opportunity to play the recordings of the lectures, and we did maximum, but the initial period of COVID, we didn't have technology which would be efficient and would help us to teach. And we had to exchange frequent testing by homeworks instead, and to evaluate differently this activity. And then we observed that the students who were exposed to online teaching and were coming to our school, the bachelor degree started. We had first lecture and then the lockdown. And the lockdown, the very first one, was with really inadequate tools that I could use. We could not teach at school, we were at home. So that was not very, very pleasant. But a lot of material and the feedback from students seemed to us that it's supportive much more than the years before. But as soon as the second lockdown came at the beginning of summer semester to 2021, I thought that without adequate technology, we cannot continue. And we had it. Fortunately, that's the tool which I now feel that it much more than expected can help me to lecture and also to provide students a lot of material they wouldn't have if I wrote it on the whiteboard, because the whiteboard, you erase everything, and in the tablet you have to clean it from time to time, but you have it there. And this was a significant improvement in delivering courses and seminars and communication with students. And next to the regular lectures and scheduled seminars, we offered, to the extent we were capable, on request tutorials. And it was namely based on the communication from the students to us, because they wanted to know. I didn't prepare anything, I just was waiting what are their questions and how they can share, because when they were already online, I didn't want to be just a lecturer. I want to be an advisor and cooperator. And that in this modus, that seemed to me that it is very, very efficient communication. So it was namely before the midterm tests that they were asking questions 2-3 hours. So that was for me, it was a very good feeling, and I wanted them to have the feeling of that we don't want them to be in trouble when they had to take an exam. So there is a table here which is over the years, and the results are just added to the graphs we publicized in 2019. And you may see that there are some evidences that the first semester, summer semester, the first semester integral calculus, first lockdown, excuse me, the first lockdown with the inadequate technical equipment for teaching had very, very significant impact on failure rate. But as soon as we did it, what we did, that we introduced the technologies to the maximum extent so that it helped. And it shows us that the energy and enthusiasm that they are capable to learn math, and this is again one of the things that I think we should tell the students. If we are silent when the student is doing the things correctly, it's our fault. When we are silent when he is failing, it's even more serious fault. And this is just what we tried, and I think that we didn't lose the battle. And this is just the conclusion what I wanted to just say. So it's that what was visible from the graph. I was surprised that it's so visible because I didn't expect that precise message from the data. And what I would like to say that when we introduce several activities and changes, and also within the lecture we introduced these activization moments that were, to the surprise of students, that was just like a mini test of their instant knowledge, but they could communicate with their partners, and both theoretical tasks and the practical. And it was about 2 weeks ago when they were already the courses with integral calculus and all the necessary tools, how to integrate, etc., etc. Then I did the revision, and they were, I saw their effort to write down something meaningful and correct. And once I said, okay, I will give you another 5 more minutes, and then I will give you another task, okay? And then I presented 10 examples of the integrals, and I wanted them not to calculate, but to write down the strategy how to solve these integrals. I have it in my tablet, so I will skip the lecture and will try to find it because I want to share with you the, I think it's in here. I put it. I'm sorry. Next one. This one. I'm sorry, I can't find it, never mind. But anyway, the 10 examples, when I was observing them, they quickly, very quickly started to solve the problem as if a big relief that this is something that's much more, much simpler than the theoretical tasks. And that confirms that the theory should be learned to the extent they understand, not to the extent they memorize only. And that's why the mechanism of how to make them feel that it's important, and once they understand these small things, that they can get the step forward. And this is what I did with them. And that's just, thank you for your attention. And
Thank you, Eva. I was really excited during your presentation, and we are also very happy to see you face to face in this event, who has very large experience in teaching. Questions, please.
Congratulations, because you showed that you adapt to the lockdown very fast. We have colleagues that they put in the garage a blackboard, buy a camera, and transmit of the classroom, yes, with the letter, a small letter. Okay, so you can imagine how complicated it was for them. Okay, they asked me how to buy in China all the camera, all the tripod, and everything, and a blackboard. So congratulations. Really, I appreciate that the effort that we made here also was similar to all around the world for the people that tried to solve the lockdown in the best way. Okay, thank you.
Other comments or questions?
The results you achieved throughout the 10 years are very impressive. And I wonder if you, in terms of reducing the amount of failures and increasing the understanding of students, and I wonder if you can talk about that, because it seems that the pandemic is over and we're returning back to normal. So
no, not at all, not at all. I must tell you that the first thing I was very disappointed with, that we were expected to come back to the classroom and to deliver the courses. Just use the blackboard, whiteboard if you want, use your tablet if you want. But the problem is that the tablet, as a third display, cannot be simply connected to the classroom environment. And it was a bit of trick how to do it, because we had to, I had to open the Teams session and from my computer, and to have the shared screen on my tablet, and then when then I had to switch on the in-class computer, open another session, Teams, and join the presentation, join the not recording, simply Teams meeting. And only this very combination caused that I could write on my tablet, and the students in the class saw it on the display, on two displays, and or on one, because it depended on the room where I was teaching. And parallelly, the students who could not come to school, they could follow the lecture from home with perfect screen with my writing. And then after the lectures, I uploaded the PDF to the Teams, so they had instantly, before the lecture, my presentation for the lecture, and after the examples or comments, whatever they wanted to know, so it was there.
Thank you. Okay, thank you again, Eva. I really wanted to be your student.
You may.
Cheers.
May I just add one thing, because there will be a progress meeting, and as we were supposed to deliver some real-life problems that we have it in the process of development, but I would like to share some just to show you, and would like to hear your opinion on it, and whether it is something that we could change, and simply to pass it to you all as best as we can.
Yes, we already at the middle of this wonderful event. So next talk is about event progress, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So, Kostas, would you like?
Yeah, yeah.
You don't want to make a break for 10 minutes?
No.
Yes.
Anyhow, you know, the problem speaking is not going to be the normal problem speaking that we are doing, because I appreciate that you are very tired and going to make a today the agenda of the future problem speaking.
Okay. And I may prepare, and whoever is interested, I may share, but because I want to get the feedback, what is expected that would be helpful for you to use.
Okay. Then after 10 minutes, right?